Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. This is the Aspen City Council regular meeting for October 30th, 2023. That's a call to order. Could we have a roll call for attendance, please?
Councillor Doyle.
Here.
Councillor Guth. Here. Councillor Howenstein.
Present.
Councillor Rose.
Here.
Mayor Tory.
I'm here as well. Tonight we have no scheduled public appearances. That brings us right down to citizens' comments and petitions. This is an opportunity for people to address council for items that are not scheduled for a public hearing. We do ask that you limit your comments to about 3 minutes for an equal and fair opportunity for people to speak. And I mean it. 3 minutes. 3-ish minutes, Ruth. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Just a minute.
Oh.
If you can't hear me, you got a lot of problems.
Well, we want the world to
We want
hear you.
everybody to hear you.
I'm Ruth Harrison. I read this article in the paper Saturday, October 21st about the bike trails at Meralt. And it says the location is chosen for the minimal disruption potential to other users, and the concern about other users doesn't really apply on the footprint of the proposal itself. I am outraged about a bike part or skills part, or whatever it's called, going into Meralt open space. Open space, that's what it should remain. First, deer are on the hill between the hospital and Meralt, also every day, and also on the Meralt open space. People walk their dogs on or off leash peacefully with no distractions. The Meralt space is the only safe spot for pedestrians. Why don't we have the same rights as bikers, etc.? If anything, we need more garden plots there. Every time there's a piece of land, we have to develop it. With houses, bike trails, or whatever else, no to any development. On another note, human error, door left open, bear comes in, swipes man, could have killed him, but didn't, just wanted food. Bear killed. That's a different aside. But this whole park, bike thing at the park is just ridiculous. That open space is a treasure, and we need to keep it a treasure for the people who use it every day. Dogs, people, deer, no bikes, we don't need it. We just don't need it. We should have the same rights as the bike people. That's it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
My name's Ruth Carver. I have two things I want to address. One of them is lighting, which I understand is postponed for the next meeting. And the other one is the speed limit, especially on Aspen Street. Is this an appropriate time to talk about it? Sure. Anyway,
yes.
Okay, good. Well, looking out the window at Aspen Street all the time in the block before this first stoplight coming down from Durant, everybody's just tearing to make the stoplight. I thought a speed bump would be appropriate in the alley between, perpendicular between Hopkins and Hyman, but I would like to see that street maybe 15 miles an hour also, because it's got very heavy traffic, very heavy cross pedestrian traffic, very heavy bike traffic, particularly on Hopkins. It's the beginning of the bike restricted access, the next street between Aspen and Garmisch. And there are almost accidents every day with bikes and pedestrians, particularly in that block. And everybody's trying to make the stoplight, and they're going as fast as they can, which could be 25, 30. I don't know how fast they're going, 35, 40, I don't know, but it's fast. And that is not a 4-lane highway. It's partially commercial, mostly residential. I'd like to see that 15. I think it would save some lives. And also the outdoor lighting. I think it's really important. So much of the new construction has glass walls, and there's a lot of light bleed, and also the Christmas lights go up. And across the street from my house, those big bulbs, which Philip Sapino told me are legal for Christmas, shine directly in my second-story bedroom window. They're really bright, they're not protected, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you. Other members of the public for comment this evening?
members of council, city staff, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm David Baugh, 49 Great Talon. I'd like to speak on two things. One, you will be approving, hopefully in the consent agenda, an MOU that I've been working on with the help of the team from Parks and Recreation. We've been working on this for about 5 or 6 months. This is a historical document that has helped us navigate our coexistence here in the wonderful valley. And we put a lot of work into that, and it reflects pretty much where we sit right now in current practices. So I certainly hope that the council will approve that without any problem. The second thing I'd like to talk about is actually the bike path. And I want to relate to council that the school district was approached to ask to help pay for it, per your request. Regrettably, our budget cycle is so different from yours that there's nothing in this year's budget that we could contribute to that. Our bond, which you're very familiar with, does not include any kind of work on this project. We share with you your pain around the cost of this project. Our construction costs were 40% over what we were projecting when we first went into the bond project. Our investment in safe schools is approximately $3.5 million more than we had budgeted. So the district is spending $7.5 million to secure the district, and we'll have, when we're completed, one of the safer school districts from a hardening perspective. This bike path that runs through the school district is from another time and was designed as a pedestrian path. Currently, we witness near miss after near miss on an almost daily basis, except in the winter. Children's lives are often at risk, and it's vital that we get this bicycle path, this public bicycle path, off of the school district property. Last year, a middle school student was hit by a tourist. Fortunately, she was okay. The tourist had another problem or two. Candidly, it was very much a safe school issue, that particular accident. That person was cited for carrying a weapon on school district property. And we would really like to get the tourists off of our school campus. As you might imagine, there's probably not too many school districts that do invite tourists across their campus. So we would like to maintain the current facility as such for our staff and for our families and for our students to access campus via footpath and bicycle, but we think it imperative. And so I'm asking City Council's continued support for this project. I realize the phenomenal price tag. Regrettably, as you know, that's probably the price of business here in the Aspen at the moment. So on behalf of our 1,600 students and almost 300 staff, I ask you to support this bike path improvement. It's vital to the health and safety of our schools and our children. So thank you very much for your consideration. I do want to say that your staff is phenomenal, and it's a real pleasure working with them. And it's an honor, and it makes my job infinitely easier to get through some of the hard work we have to do. So thank you very much, Council.
Quick questions for you, if you could. What do you need to do to the trail, the bike path trail that is going through the campus now? Are we putting bollards up to redirect people, or what does, if anything, what has to happen to the trail that's going through the school campus?
Well, we've placed speed bumps on the trail now, trying to slow the 30-mile-an-hour. I was just thinking about the speed limits. If we could enforce a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, that would be great. Unfortunately, the e-bikes are far exceeding that. So we are looking at signage. We're looking to put speed humps and speed, the portable humps in the road right now to slow things down. We intend to review our complete signage once the bike path is complete to ensure the safety of the campus.
It's still amazing to me that there was an incident and a collision out there that not only touched on this very subject, but then this person was riding their bike with a firearm.
Yes, sir.
That's absolutely unbelievable to me. And
Me too.
I have to wonder, how many of our visiting guests are going out biking with firearms?
More than you think.
Quite a few. And like I said, we're profoundly grateful that no one was killed in that incident and that no children picked up the firearm. And we're very grateful to law enforcement's prompt response, as well as the citation of that person for carrying a firearm on school district property. So,
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
thank
Bond.
you.
Thanks.
Citizen comments and petitions. Are there any members of the public who wish to address council this evening on items not scheduled for a public hearing? Looking in room as well as online. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council table. This is an opportunity for council member comments. Council members, Bill?
Happy to start. Thanks. I have 3 tonight. Firstly, it has been brought to my attention that the energy efficiency improvements passed last year, I believe last year, now require, now no longer exempt heat tape from the REMP calculations. And I believe this to be a public safety issue, since there is not a viable alternative to heat tape at this time. And I think one of 2 behaviors is going to result from this. Either people are going to replace heat tape, particularly on commercial buildings, without a permit, or they're going to delay replacement of heat tape and leave it dysfunctional, which will create icy spots and ice chunks that might fall off of buildings and other things. So I would like to see if there's interest in ensuring the protection of our pedestrian public, in at least at this point on commercial buildings, and allowing for staff to develop some revised regulations around that. My suggestion perhaps would be a exempt amount of linear footage of heat tape per linear foot of roof edging, but perhaps there's other ideas I'm not contemplating. I think that this is in the interest of all members of our community and visitors to our community, to make sure that there is not a danger of ice chunks and ice on the sidewalks worse than it already is. And again, I think this can all be revisited once there is a viable alternative to heat tape. At the moment, there's nothing that seems to work in our environment that's proven yet.
Okay. We'll come back to that if you want to make your other comments, and then we'll deal with them.
Okay. Secondly, I would like to make a motion to have this Israeli flag hung on the eaves of the armory next to the Ukrainian flag that's hanging there. Happy to discuss that further, but hopefully this is a simple motion.
I don't think it's a simple one, actually. Do you have a third item, and then we'll go through them?
Well, I made a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Oh,
Second.
motion and a second. Discussion.
My only discussion, and I can go on ad nauseum, but can only imagine what it's like to have people around the world calling for your extermination at the moment, and that's the way that I feel, and it's not a good feeling. And I, as a representative of this community, would like to express my solidarity with not just Israel, but Jewish people around the world.
We could go into this in great depth. I believe in a 2-state solution. I think everybody should have a place to live, and everybody should have the right to exist without being subjected to a genocide.
Yeah, I could talk about ad nauseum as well. I feel
basically the same as Bill feels, being Jewish and seeing what's going on in the world. And, you know, like I told you in the last meeting, I lived in Israel for a year before I moved here. I love that country. And I feel like it has the right to defend itself in the same way that Ukraine does. And I feel like it would be hypocritical to fly a Ukrainian flag and to not fly an Israeli flag if we're going to fly flags. It just feels like this should be an easy decision, but.
John?
This is a very divisive issue. I don't feel it is our position to wade into this particular issue because of its divisiveness. That's my opinion.
Bill, I wish you would have spoken to me or other council members prior to this. I think there's a lot that goes into this. I do not see this as parallel to the Ukrainian situation. And I think that there are probably better and more appropriate ways for us to show our support for peace and personal respect. I actually don't think that this is strong enough or good enough. So once again, I wish that you would have had some conversations about this before today.
Didn't realize supporting a country defending itself against a terrorist organization required so much discussion ahead of time.
You know, I mean, you know, for me, I'll speak just singularly. You know, I was really devastated and floored by what I saw as Hamas terrorist attacks on Israeli soil, on Israeli peoples, but really just on all peoples. What's ensuing now is not border defense. There is an offensive, and it's a little bit different for me. So while I stand behind the Israelis when it comes to battling Hamas, I do not feel the same when it comes to some of the Palestinians that do live in the Gaza Strip. So I do have a little bit of question and concern around this, and I don't feel like I know exactly the strategy that's going on and being deployed over there. My first concern, my greatest concern right now is for the hostages and civilians that are in this war-torn area at this point. But as you can tell, I think I see a lot of different issues in this, not just one of that's moved beyond just the terrorism and perhaps the persecution. You know, I do have deeper feelings about the greater questions that are in front of us. I think there's a more appropriate way for us to signify our support for peace. But again, some conversane would have been appreciated.
I would invite everybody to read UN Resolution 242 from 1967 and contemplate that.
Do you have other suggestions if you don't want to fly a flag?
I have a few ideas, and I'll go ahead and I will talk about them right now. Number one, I think that perhaps the Ukrainian flag that is flying should come down. I think that our most effective and what we've seemed to be most effective as a community is to convey to our representation in Washington to support them in their support going forward. That seems to be the most effective method that we have of actually doing something that means anything. Aside from flying a flag on this building, yes, I had a couple ideas. One of them would be to use some of the same displays that we've done in other places like Pepke Park in order to signify our support. And more than that, just our non-support and our disgust at what seems to be Hamas terrorist acts. Other than that, I also believe that there is an opportunity to work with the Jewish Community Center on Main Street and empower them to do more of a display than perhaps that they are allowed at this time. So I think that there are other opportunities for us. The negatives, the downsides, you know, this opens a door that may not want to be opened. So I have a concern about some of what we're seeing on a national and international scene right now, which is about in remote communities, we're seeing some of the same confrontation that we're seeing in the Middle East being brought home, and that I would not like to see happen. You know, this has been a 75-year war. So I have my concerns. I think there's a lot of sides to this issue, and I don't think that flying a flag is necessarily the strongest or best messaging that we could do in this. So those are a few thoughts for you. Any further discussion? We have a, yes, Ward?
Well, it wasn't an agenda item, so I don't know if we can have a vote on it. It wasn't publicly noticed.
There's been a motion on the floor.
It's an appropriate vote under this circumstance.
Yep.
Just a direction.
I would prefer we discussed it further, personally, but not at this time.
I certainly sympathize with both Bill and Sam and all the Israeli people and all the people that have been subjected to terrorist acts, but it's complicated, and I don't want to discuss it at this point in this venue.
I think this deserves further conversation. We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote for motion on the floor, please?
Counselor Doyle,
No.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
I'm going to have to say no at this time.
I'd like to make another motion to remove the Ukrainian flag from the armory.
Hate to do it, but I feel like I have to second that in solidarity with this, because it does feel hypocritical to me to fly the Ukrainian flag. And, you know, I didn't say it during the last discussion at the end, but it does feel personal, and I try not to, it's not supposed to be biased, but there is a moral equivalency of like Western values in the Western world, and it really hurts. And I don't want things to hurt up here when we talk about it. It shouldn't be personal, it should be policy, but the whole Israel situation really does hurt me personally, and it does feel like a personal attack sometimes when it's not supported in the way that it is. I'll leave it at that, so second.
Further discussion? It is not personal. I would say that, again, there should have been conversation around this prior to this meeting. I'm sorry that you and the rest of council is put in a on-the-spot position. So thank you for your second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
It is personal, Tori. You supported putting a Ukrainian flag up on the armory. I assume you voted yes for that. I don't know. I have not checked the records. But not supporting Jews and the Jewish state.
That's not what
when
this is.
I'm
That's not what it's
speaking.
about.
Please let me finish.
It's not what it's about.
Not supporting Jews and the Jewish state who were attacked without any sort of confrontation, but supporting Ukraine in almost an identical situation, who also retaliated and also crossed borders, shows that there is clearly a bias against Jews.
Absolutely not.
There's a difference. The
absolutely.
Ukrainians were not being held in a concentration camp, Bill.
Oh, my God.
Hold on. Let's not, I'm not getting into the politics about that. Bill, you're incorrect. You're incorrect. And I have said that my support for the Israel and the Israeli people is there.
Then
I'm actually telling you that I think that it is a devalued symbolic step. I'm saying that it's not enough, and it's not, that's my position on it. It's not that it's too much, it's that it's not enough. You've made a motion, there's a second. Could we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Doyle,
This is to remove the Ukrainian flag.
Yes.
I'll support it.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
All right, and my last item is about the RFP for the Armory Engineering and Architecture that was released recently. I think Sarah emailed this all to you a short while ago. You know, I haven't reviewed this in great detail, but I'm concerned with the approach. I don't think that the city should be acting as the lead developer on this project. The city is currently soliciting proposals just for architecture and engineering. I'm not certain on what we are designing yet, so it seems to me a little bit cart before the horse, and I wanted to gather the feelings of others. If it were up to me solely, I would like to find a partner, an operating partner for this project first, after we decide what's going to go into the building, and then task that partner with bringing us through the design process and approvals process.
Okay, so I have just been in receipt of the RFP and have not had an opportunity to read it, having received it this afternoon. So I cannot support or not support what you're suggesting because I haven't seen the RFP yet.
Yeah, no action for it tonight, just so.
I think that there's still work to be done that we need to get done in order to move the project forward. And so my hope is that that is some of the work that is in the scope of the RFP. If you don't need decisions, then that's my input. Other members, do you have any comments at this time?
I would just ask, looking at Sarah, if, I see the RFP, the deadline for it is 2 p.m. on December 4th. Is that an appropriate deadline with what Bill's saying as far as, should we delay it until we have the, like, another 2 weeks until we are able to have the work session on the Armory discussion?
Based upon previous direction I've been given, I don't believe that's necessary. You're asking me if I should delay, leave the RFP open longer.
Yes,
I'm saying, based on previous direction I have from the council, the answer is no.
but,
Direction I have for council is to get this project expedited. And in discussions of the delivery methods, there is a significant amount of work in needing to understand some of the structural components of that building in particular, to understand what it can actually do in terms of a programmatic compact. We've talked about programming in terms of what do we want. We need to do some programming based upon what can the building actually do. We have to remember this is a very old building, not with the best construction methodologies. and what is it going to take to turn it into what you hope it can be for the community. And so I feel like the timeline we've been given is to do that as quickly as possible, and that is why this RFP is out there. And then we will take the considerations given to us on the I think it's the 16th or 17th of November to help assist us in making selections of a preferred vendor.
Okay. I learned from the Valley Fine Art situation with the RFPs, will any of the input we have on November 13th factor into the RFP process, or can we see some of the RFPs before the decision is made?
I don't believe you can review I mean, I guess the council does have the ability to appoint a representative, potentially. I'd have to review the procurement code. Generally, that falls under my responsibilities as city manager to bring those recommendations forward. Again, this council's been focused on programming. We're focused on bringing the necessary professionals to the table to assist with that. It does not preclude you from choosing a partner. I think maybe there's some differences in opinion about what partner means. If partner's bringing all the resources and turning over the historic resource to a third party, that's been inconsistent with the direction of previous councils in this project, where there wanted to be maintained local control of the historic resource, and the use needs to fit within its box, with minor considerations for an expansion on the northern side, and a review of how the Connor Park area might work in collaboration with the space.
And remember, the process is to go through the RFP process, have the reviewers of that make a determination as to the winner of the bid process, and then ultimately comes to you is a final contract that you have authority to review. And if you feel that it needs further work at that time, then either you can negotiate with that contractor or take it back out to bid.
Okay, thank you.
Were you asking to see the RFP or to participate in the selection process?
Participate in the selection process, yeah.
I do not think that's appropriate procedure.
Well, I just want to
It's
make
not
sure
our
it's
standard one.
the interesting thing I think Bill's bringing up is we're discussing the Armory in 2 weeks, but we issued an RFP, which I know is more architecture related, but still I just want to make sure the two things mesh about our discussion in 2 weeks and what the RFP is about.
The information that I receive out of that work session will assist with negotiations with the preferred vendor.
Okay.
Just to put more color on my point is, if we're looking, even just looking at the search for an architect, if we're designing a community center versus a food hall, I think those are two very different architects that we want to solicit. So it's cart before the horse for me. I fundamentally think we should be looking for a partner, not for an operator or a master tenant, whatever you'd like to call them. Not for an architect at this time. I think that person should select the architect that's going to design their space that they're going to operate on our behalf. But the whole thing feels very cart before the horse to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say again, I can see that too, and I'd just love to be able to, if I were going back to some constituent explaining how the Armory process is working, be able to explain to them why we're doing it the way that we're doing, if you can help me with that, Sarah, or someone else tonight.
I shared with council that the primary concern for staff was the council needs to make a decision on programming. While there's been this extended lead time for that to occur, and I'm hopeful there'll be some clear direction so that we can put a resolution before you to firm up that by the end of this year, I need to start assembling a design team who can start evaluating those choices of the council and help you understand the trade-offs of it from a high-level programmatic component. Examples of that might be removing an entire floor level of the Armory on its interior. The trade-offs in some of the mechanical system needs that are, at this point, white boxes about how does that work and function in the space. So it is certainly your purview to direct me to remove the RFP if you're so inclined. I think staff, including myself, are trying to be responsive to the fact that I was told, get this done and get it done fast.
No, and I appreciate that, and hopefully this is my last question to you, Sarah, again, is just, why not do it the way that Bill had just suggested of getting a master lease operator and have them find the architect design team?
The discussion, go ahead.
For me, it's because this is a community-driven project. This is not a commercially driven project. While an architect or a business person to have input and provide us some solid advisement, that's fantastic. But to have somebody at this time look at this from a business perspective as a partnership doesn't necessarily guarantee that the community is going to get what the community wants. So for me, the process is moving along well. This has been years in the making. We've been trying to put the pieces together to get something that is going to satisfy the community's needs. Now, some people think that all that is some food stalls and we're good to go. That's not what I've heard from my community. So I think that it's process-wise, I'm trying to return to the community what the community is asking for, not what maybe a development partner is steering a process for. That's my take.
I understand that. I just also know that at some point, I believe we're gonna have a master lease operator. So I'm just trying to convince myself why that comes second and not first. Because I don't think the city is going to be the master
You
lease
can't answer
operator.
this until I know what uses are going in there.
But that's.
Can't even answer the question for you today.
And it goes back to the point of,
But what am I
understanding.
master leasing?
You don't know that you're.
That's the thing I don't know right now
Won't we
either.
know on November 13th when we have that discussion?
I'm hopeful of that.
I can't predict where the council is going to land, and then I will ask for it to be affirmed through a resolution so that there's complete clarity to me. Because I, quite frankly, see this being one of those projects that morphs over time. And I've seen that happen with other major public improvements in this community, and so I want to make sure that the community has a reference document, not just a vote, or a work session to review to understand how the council got to its decision.
No, and I agree with that, and I'm just saying hypothetically, I think we've all heard that a food hall would be nice, and I just don't think the city is gonna be the master lease operator of a food hall at the Armory from everything I know about it at this time. And for that reason, I kinda wonder if a master lease operator would be a good person to partner with initially and then do the architectural design, because they're going to be the master lease operator of said food hall.
I don't even, food hall, what do you mean? What's in a food hall?
I mean, I think we've all been to public food markets, so that's I mean, it's.
Is
it's
that the
different-
direct, have we as a council
No,
or?
that's
That
the
was a
whole point is-
hypothetical.
And again, no action's necessary on this tonight from my perspective as the person who brought it up. If you feel differently, please suggest something. I just wanted you all to contemplate this and maybe think about it for the next couple of weeks in advance of this November 13th work session about how this should be orchestrated, and the RFP's already been written. It's already out there. Like, pulling it back now, that's not what I'm suggesting necessarily. But I'm asking you to think about how we should be running this. And as we come, hopefully, to some kind of consensus on what should go into this on November 13th, then maybe we all have some more certain direction to give Sarah on what the next step should be from there.
I'll be sure to be prepared for the meeting on November 13th. Thanks. Any other comments on that item?
I'm done.
I would like to add, as an example, with the lumberyard also, that the architectural and design team brought the services forward to evaluate the project delivery methods. And council made a choice from those. And so I would see that as a similar expertise we would be evaluating in this RFP process.
Thanks, Sarah. I want to go back to Bill's first comment about heat tape. Is Ben in the audience? Ben, is it possible for you to give a brief summary of the either requirements of heat tape or B, limitations of heat tape? Bill's suggestion is around pedestrian safety perhaps, and how does our code interface with that currently?
Ben Anderson, Community Development, for the record. I think it's a tricky topic. Obviously, City Council this past spring passed a new building and energy code. During that conversation, we talked about the inclusion of sort of all outdoor heating sources within REMP calculations. One of those sort of additions, Councilmember Guth is correct, was the addition of heat tape. Heat tape is commonly used, both in residential and commercial settings. It is used, I think, for two purposes. One, to sort of keep roof drains clear so that when snow does melt, those drains function as designed. I think the other thing that they do, I think also to Councilmember Guth's point, they do melt water sort of at the edge of a roof. Depending on the roof design, sometimes that's effective, sometimes it's not. But I think ultimately, and I would say there's a third purpose, and one is to protect the integrity of the roof, because ice dams can form at particularly at the edge of a roof. But having said that, heat tape does use a lot of energy. I think it was why staff and our consultant team looked at it as a way to try to work towards council's climate goals, along with other outdoor heating sources. We asked specifically about heat tape. We also asked about the replacement of outdoor heating sources and how REMP might sort of apply to sort of things that were replaced. And our code adoption reflected the direction that we received from council on those two topics. I think one of the things that our staff finds, and one of the reasons why we had this conversation around heat tape, was that there's a lot of it on roofs that may or may not be fully necessary to achieve those kind of three performance outcomes that we were just talking about. And so I think one of the purposes of the inclusion of REMP was, to discourage heat tape where it can be, through either better design or better maintenance, to maybe be a little bit more thoughtful about the amount of heat tape that you need if you do need it. So certainly there's an application for heat tape, particularly along leading edges of roofs to prevent ice dams, to sort of melt snow above areas where pedestrians might be, or for other safety purposes. But there are some minimal exemptions that would accommodate, say, over an entryway. But it's a fairly minimal exemption for heat tape. And I think we're starting to see some folks that want to replace entire systems, and in that case, it would trigger sort of an application of REMP fees.
Ben, if a commercial building in the downtown core chose not to have heat tape, would there be liability for them if they had a dangerous situation? Let's say they have an ice buildup year after year. It's an ice buildup, and guess what? It crashes down, and something happens.
It's a very complicated question. I would suggest that, a determination of liability, whether it's on a private property owner or on the city, is something that would take a little more analysis than a hypothetical under this circumstance, particularly for the private property owner.
Another question then, if somebody had a building that did not have heat tape, would they often have snow removal done, I guess, is the other option?
Yeah, I think that there is snow removal. I think there's maintenance of roofs. I think that there's roof design. I think there's strategic implementation of roof tape. We sometimes see it as a panacea that takes care of the entire problem, rather than performing maintenance or rather than having better roof design. So in a lot of circumstances, I think in staff's view, there's a lot of circumstances where there's an excess of heat tape from what's, you know.
Yeah, understood. All right,
Can I add one quick point on top of that that I meant to make? And Ben, thank you for your great explanation of that. You're much more eloquent than me on this. But the one additional point is that both those enhanced shoveling routines, like you suggested, Tori, and the REMP fees would be passed down to tenants in the form of the triple net charges. So this ultimately just comes back to increasing costs on consumers. You know, there is no viable alternative. So it's not like someone can do something other than heat tape to replace an existing or failing system right now. If there is at some point in the future that's proven to work, I think that that's a different conversation. But as of today, there is nothing out there. So I don't want to increase the cost of all goods and services that are being provided to our community,
Honor,
and that's what this will do.
yeah,
You know, in all due respect, we have a really heavy agenda, and this is not on the agenda.
I appreciate it.
And I feel that we should be moving along, and this is a subject that it can be addressed, but I don't think that, I feel like that the meeting's been hijacked and I've been blindsided with some issues. And I'd like to move forward with the agenda as it's published and have further discussions on heat tape and alternatives in the future.
Thank you. So with that, I think there's a request from enough council members that we'd like more information about this. The initial suggestion was something about roof line, and maybe that's a conversation that we need more information about. Roof line versus whole roof, and what percentage are we talking, what are we talking about here? So if that's possible, I'd make that as a request for more information.
We can do so.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ward, that's where I was getting. Back to council comments. Next up, John?
In the interest of keeping this meeting as short as possible, I'll save my comments for board reports. I would like to just address some of the comments I made earlier about the flag proposal. I do have several members, Jewish members of my family, and I agree with what Ward said. I think a two-state solution is necessary in order to preclude these discussions in the future, because this is just going around and around.
Sam?
If only they would accept a two-state solution. It's hard to make peace with a terrorist organization that's hijacked that. Beyond that, I was going to make council comment about, I'm just happy that food tax refunds raised by $10, $65 instead of $55. That's all I got.
Ward?
Yeah, certainly the situation in the Middle East is concerning to all. I don't know where we fit into it. I know there's a First Amendment establishment clause about a separation of church and state, and I don't know how you can have a discussion about Israel without it being a religious discussion. I just don't think that we're going to solve it here, and I don't want to have to weigh in on it. I feel, Bill, that you really blindsided us on that, and I do resent that to a degree. I understand it's personal to you, and but I just don't think this is the venue for it. And I think that council comments should be short to the point and not to rewrite the agenda. And I think that's what's happened here this evening. So I'll leave that at my comments at that.
Thanks, Ward. My only comment tonight would be, Bill, I'm happy to have a further conversation with you. Maybe we can come up with a solution that is better and more honorable than the motion that did not pass. I have expressed my support for Israel, the Israeli people, but at the same time, this is a war against terrorist organization Hamas and not against the Palestinians. I want to be clear about that. And I hope that we can find a better solution, and I hope something that you will agree to and appreciate.
Thanks.
With that, there are maybe some slight agenda amendments. I would like to take resolution number 162 off of consent calendar and move that to action items. Do I need a motion for that?
All right, I think that's within the mayor's prerogative. If you wish a motion, you can certainly ask for it, but the mayor sets the agenda.
Thank you. Then we're going to move resolution 162 to action items. And was there one other?
Lighting was moved to a different date?
Yeah, it is a continuation. We had some comments in public comment about that. We will be opening the public hearing and continuing it. So if there are folks here that are interested in commenting on the outdoor lighting code, we will be visiting it tonight before the continuation. City manager's comments this evening?
No, thank you. Let's keep moving.
Board reports. Opportunity for brief board report updates. Ward.
I'd like to continue that. I don't have comments tonight.
All right.
I'll say two things. The RAFTA board meeting was in the paper about reduced services because of lack of drivers, so I think most people read about that anyway. And then the core board meeting, most of what I got about that was operations and budget, so that's really what we discussed. Nothing really needed to share, in my opinion. But.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, while you were gone, me and quite a few members of staff attended the Mountain 2030 Climate Solutions Summit in Vail. It also coincided with a Colorado Association of Ski Towns meeting. Delay is the new denial. That was the big takeaway from the summit. We need to get to work on this now. A lot of cool speakers. Former Governor Bill Ritter, the former governor of Washington, Jay Inslee, also spoke, and he gave Aspen a shout out, which really made an impact on me and I think our climate sustainability staff here at the city. There was a lot to take in on that, and I won't get into it. The CAST meeting, Colorado is now part of the Producer Responsibility Program. The extended producer responsibility is where producers take responsibility for management of the products and materials, mostly packaging, that they produce at the end of their useful life. So all these corporations pay into a fund that is used to recycle the waste that is produced. It's Colorado, California, Maine, and Oregon. Let's see, and then core meeting, the executive director search continues. We went over the budget for core and we're in good shape. We're actually talking about spending down $1 million of a $2.9 million reserve to help with the programs that are being initiated. Again, building IQ, 20% of our buildings have been benchmarked. I think that should do it. Thanks.
Thanks for that.
I did miss an APSHA meeting and a Nordic Council meeting while I was in Vail.
My board update is that I have a ACRA chamber meeting tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. The discussion that we will be having is around CCLC, upcoming objectives, and a retail sector update. So if any of you have any comments or questions that you would like me to bring to that meeting, please know that it's at 8:30. Try to get those to me this evening after our meeting if you can. Let's move to the consent calendar. Consent calendar this evening is resolution number 153, a dump truck fleet replacement. Resolution 154, PowerBoss sweeper fleet replacement. Resolution 155, the citywide 15-mile speed limit and exempted streets. Resolution number 157, MOU with the Aspen School District. Resolution 160, contract for financial audit services. Resolution 168, this is the Proposition 123 Affordable Housing Commitment. And board appointments, as well as the draft minutes of August 22nd. I will be pulling 155 for a brief discussion and clarification. Any others that somebody needs pulled?
168, please.
168, the affordable housing commitment on Proposition 123. Are there any others? Once again, 162 is put at the action items. We'll start off with a 155, exempted streets from citywide 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. Thanks for being here and joining us. My questions on this were around a few of the streets that are being proposed to maintain a higher speed limit than 15. I see Cemetery Lane is scheduled, or proposed, I should say, perhaps even recommended to remain at 25. My suggestion here is to lower the speed limit on Cemetery Lane to 20 miles an hour. So it would still be posted separately. But the neighborhood comments that I get are that it's being used more now than ever, and it's being used at a high rate of speed. So I wanted to propose that is an amendment to this resolution. The second one is my question around 30 miles an hour along Castle Creek, going by the high school, and why that would not be 25.
That's Maroon.
I'm sorry, Maroon. And on the other side, Castle Creek is 25, and I'm wondering why that wouldn't be lowered to 20. Then I also am looking over on Park Avenue, and the stretch of Park Avenue that we're actually talking about making roadway improvements for pedestrian safety is scheduled in here to be maintained at 20 miles an hour. I would be suggesting that stretch go to 15 miles an hour. There is a stop sign, a block and a half on both sides, meaning there's a open road, a block and a half, and a stop sign, a block and a half, and a stop sign. Those are considerations that I would like council to have an opportunity to discuss.
I agree with all of yours. I'd also like us to take a look at North Mill Street, potentially not being exempt, becoming the 15-mile-per-hour speed limit. And this is difficult because these aren't labeled, but I think the southern sections of Aspen and Monarch Streets, which are currently proposed as exempted as 20, I think those should both be 15 as well. But if I'm correct that those are the two streets, then one of those runs right along Coke Park. So the slower we can make that section, the better, in my opinion.
Coke is Aspen Street.
Aspen, right?
That's Garmisch Street for Coke Park.
Garmisch and Aspen?
Well, Garmisch is on Coke Park.
Well, whatever the two green lines are going south from Main Street, towards Durant. I think it's Garmisch and Aspen or Monarch and Aspen, I don't know.
Okay. Right, they're at 20, and you're saying 15, 20, and 15.
And also North Mill to 15.
And North Mill is 20 to 15. All right. I guess let's just get a little quick information. The 30 mile an hour up Maroon Creek.
What about it? It's been that way for pretty long. This is definitely because of the road design in that area. It's no curb and gutter. It's got a a reasonable apron compared to some of our other roads, that most drivers feel even 30 is too low. We're consistently already up there with educational enforcement.
Yeah, I'd also add that Maroon has the flashing light for when school is in session. That's already down to 20, and I actually have seen the police pull people over there because it definitely happens. And on that note, I wasn't supportive of the reduction in speed in the first place, and I'm not supportive of the reduction in speed of any of these. I hope these streets remain exempt and remain at the speeds that they're currently at.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, this is exactly what I did not want to get into, is sitting down at a console table with the city map deciding which streets should be what speed limits, and I'll just leave it to the engineering and police department, and I agree with Sam on this.
All right. John, do you have any input?
Yeah, my input is I would support lowering the speed limit to 20 on Cemetery Lane because of the public comment that I've received. And other than that, I really don't want to micromanage speed limits either. I think the main thing we wanted to accomplish was lowering speed limits in the West End, and we've done that.
All right. Thank you for your input, gentlemen. I'm going to try a motion then and see if it
So we're going to, if you allow us, Mr. Mayor, we think we should probably pull the resolution up so that there's clarity for the community on any amendments, if there's any amendment motions.
All right.
And Bond San Diego, we need you in here.
I mean, there is a resolution.
That's what she's going to pull up.
I recognize that, but there do seem to be council members who wish it passed as is. And I don't know if anybody wants to make that motion to start or not.
I would like to start with a motion that's going to ask for amendment.
So we'll bring forward the version that is in packet. If you are proposing an amendment, I would request you do it by road and not put additional roads in the same motion, because it will provide clarity about whether that road is open or closed for additional discussion.
Okay, so I'll make motions for amendments.
If you choose to make a
There's only
motion
3.
for amendments, I'd ask you to do, for example, if it's 3 roads, that you do it as 3 separate motions. It's just clarity for the record
Sure.
and for the public about what is going on. Thanks.
Okay. I can do that now or wait for the resolution to be up.
Seems to me if it's 3 separate ones, it's pretty clear, but.
So feel free to start. Feel free to start, and can you please go to, you need to. Where's the list of the streets? Right there? Okay, great, thank you.
So my first motion would be for an amendment to resolution number 155 to make Cemetery Lane 20 miles an hour.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on a motion for amendment to resolution number 155 Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for a motion to amend Cemetery Lane to be posted at 20 miles an hour, not 25?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. I would make a motion for amendment to resolution number 155 for Aspen, the southern,
Trish, can you confirm which two streets those are? So, sorry to interrupt, but try and get this right.
Cemetery Lane will be
Aspen and
designated at
Garmisch is what
20,
it's- Sorry, Tori, I didn't realize
Correct.
it said it right there.
and it'll need to be reflected here.
I don't know, do you want me to change it?
Yes, they need to see as you're typing to confirm it's what they are saying.
Okay.
We don't do this often on the fly.
Aspen and Garmisch.
Okay. So I'm listing the streets that will be posted at the following speeds that council is recommending. And then I'll assume that we'll go through those streets that you want, alternate speed limits, and then all other streets that are mentioned up here will be at their existing posted. So
I think they want it all in one.
the next two are only gonna be to remove them from the whereas.
okay.
So the Cemetery Lane being at 20 miles an hour, I think is a good move. I didn't hear any support for others except for, I would make a motion to amend resolution number 155 to remove Aspen Street from Dean Street to Main Street from the exempted city streets. That would mean that Aspen Street would be at 15 and unposted.
Try to strike it. Not remove it.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? We have a roll call vote for the motion to amend resolution number 155 to remove the Aspen Street from exempted.
Counselor Doyle,
Could you explain that to me one more time? I'm sorry.
It's right here. It's 20 miles an hour from Main Street to Dean Street on Aspen Street.
And Tori's proposing it goes to the
And
50.
I'm saying just don't exempt it. It would be 15 miles an hour like the rest.
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. And then the last one is I would make a motion for amendment to resolution number 155 to remove Monarch Street. Did you already do it?
No, Garmisch Street.
Garmisch Street, sorry. Garmisch Street. From Dean Street to Main Street.
Second.
Motion is second. Is there further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Like I said, there's a couple others that I think would be appropriate, but I'm not even gonna exercise that at this time. I appreciate it. If there's anybody else that wants to,
So our understanding Maroon Creek Road is to stay at 30 miles per hour except as posted for the school zone? Is that accurate, council?
that's correct. There's no motion for that.
I'll make a motion to remove Mill Street from Main Street to, can't see, to Lone Pine from Resolution 155, from the exempted list.
I'll second. There's a motion, a second. Further discussion, clarification? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle,
I'll actually take a clarification. What are we trying to do
So
on
this
Mill
is
Street?
also keeping Mill Street at 15 from Main Street down to Lone Pine, north to Lone Pine.
That up to there.
Understood.
So this would be 15 instead of 20.
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Houndstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a short stretch. There's a stop sign in the middle of it, and a bus stop. It's a highly congested pedestrian area. Heck, yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Could we just confirm,
sorry.
I just want to confirm.
Sure,
I'm
of
sorry.
course, no problem.
It would be helpful after these amendments to please repeat what the outcome of the vote is, because sometimes when you're moving this quick and we're trying to edit, it's really difficult to make sure we capture it
So
correctly.
it'd be, the last one was to remove the Mill Street from Main to Lone Pine from the whereas clauses. Yep.
And now I'll make a motion.
Excuse me, before, perhaps I got lost, but Maroon Creek Road at 30 miles per hour.
Is staying.
But that was not in the original attached, Resolution 55,
It is.
It-
It is listed in the second whereas,
not in the one I have.
so it will be exempted from 15 miles an hour.
It's exempted from 15 miles an hour. but
Correct, so
below it,
it will be
it will be
posted.
posted at 30 miles an hour?
Apparently,
Yes, that is the current posting, and we're reconfirming that that
That's-
is the council
and
direction.
that is written in the third whereas.
Yeah, it's in that third, whereas it was not in my, what was
So are
on the.
you, so you want a motion to put the 30 miles per hour in? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it's necessary if it's posted 30 now.
Correct. We were affirming the intent,
Well,
because
that's
there was a
fine,
discussion about the school zone.
But then the Resolution 55 needs to be amended to add that into that.
We'd
whereas.
request council amend the third, staff request council amend the third whereas to clarify that the Maroon Creek Road has a 30 per mile speed limit, recognizing there is a school zone that will be enforced under current statutes.
I'll make that motion in just a second, but Trish, does there need to be a numeral in front of or after the Castle Creek in the second sentence of then?
Yeah, I don't know how that got up there. I agree with you.
What would you like Castle Creek to be?
It's gonna stay
Whatever
at
it is now.
25.
All right.
If you keep it at whatever it is now, then that shouldn't be in that whereas. It shouldn't be.
I'd like to reaffirm that Castle Creek is going to stay at 25, just as we're reaffirming Maroon Creek is at 25. It will make life a lot easier to have this in one resolution for the future,
Are
please.
you good with a motion that just approves this as amended on the screen right now?
Well, there's more stuff.
Okay, and the police department is telling us that portions of Castle Creek are 30 miles per hour, so you would be amending portions of it that are within the city limits.
Yes, Castle Creek remains as is.
So perhaps the simplest motion, if any of you are inclined, is just to read that third whereas as your motion. I move to accept and then read the whereas clause.
So I move to accept Resolution 155 separately from the rest of the.
I'm
consent
sorry,
calendar.
I'm going to interrupt you, Bill, because I need the motion to amend the third whereas
The third
first.
whereas.
Just a separate, got it.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
apologize.
I'll make a motion to accept the amendments to the third paragraph of Resolution 155 as shown on the screen.
Where's 30? Yep, and that does cover it, I believe so. Seconded. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And, so go ahead. I will say on that particular one, we will revise Figure 1 to reflect the language of this whereas.
Thank you. Ward, did you have comment on this?
No, I'm just trying to sort through. We're, in essence, it's just keeping Maroon and Castle as is, and then we're just,
Correct.
yeah.
Can we have a roll call vote for the last motion, which was to affirm the third whereas paragraph?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Houndstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
All right, and now I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 155 separate from the rest of the consent calendar as amended on the screen.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please, for Resolution 155?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Trish and Kim.
Thank you, guys.
Motion to approve consent calendar?
I have
There's
168.
another item.
Sorry.
We're almost there. We have resolution number 168 for poll and discussion. This is Prop 123, affordable housing.
So council, I'm sorry. Maybe we should start with the question. This is
Yeah.
a housekeeping item for us.
No, I understand. I brought this up, I think either something similar or this was on a consent calendar previously, and I asked the same question, but, you know, I'm concerned about the fact that this gives instruction for us to add a significant number of new units. And, you know, I'm not convinced that beyond what we're doing at Lumberyard, we should be pursuing new units at this time. So I wanted to check in and see where everyone stands on this. I know there's not big repercussions to us not meeting this, you know, goal, but I do think that staff resources will be committed to it, and it's not my direction, only because I think Lumberyard is already a big development pipeline, and secondly, because I don't know how many more units our community needs. I've never seen a study that says specifically how many more units we need and of exactly what types of units we need. So that's my concerns here.
Thanks, Phil. I agree with you. The repercussions are not, for failing to meet this number, are not great enough to propel us towards fulfilling it just for that. So I have no concern in that area. Second to that is I believe this is actual reduction in the requirement or suggested requirement. So for me, it's lowering that threshold. I see us as accomplishing this, but again, this will not be a driving factor when it comes to the production of housing as far as I see it. So I'm comfortable with what's come forward. Other members' comments at this time? Ward?
I support workforce housing. I support this resolution.
Thank you. Sam?
Yeah, I just, other than like potential staff hours, I just don't see this as a harm because, at least for me, I'll be doing the exact same thing of supporting smart workforce housing and not supporting the ones that's not so smart. So it is what it is.
Thank you. John, do you care to comment?
I totally support it. More affordable housing is necessary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bill, thank you for bringing it up.
Sure.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Yes, John.
I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, any further discussion? I want to be clear that the consent calendar, Resolution 155 was already passed singularly, and that 162 Burlingame Ranch Phase 3 has been moved to an action item for discussion later. And the rest of it is the consent calendar included in the motion. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you to staff members that were here for consent items. That will bring us on our agenda, and it's 6:30, so we're going to keep on going. That brings us to our public hearings tonight. We start off with resolution number 158. This is the St. Regis temporary seasonal use request. And this is a public hearing.
So the record is clear Resolution 158 in the packet had a letter and a redlined ordinance that was attached to this Resolution 158. That belongs down in a later item, Ordinance 18. I just want to make sure that the record's clear that those two items, I believe there's a letter and a redlined ordinance, do not apply to Resolution 158. They will apply to Ordinance 18. So just wanted to have the record clarified.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
While he's setting up, I'll just say, Chris Bryan, who's representing the applicant, is a friend and an attorney of mine. I don't think it affects my judgment on this issue at all, but wanted to disclose that.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Kevin Reyes, a planner with Community Development. I'm sitting here with the applicant, representative, Alan Richmond. Before I dive into the review this evening, I just want to point out, Jim just pointed out the fact that there's one item attached to this that's associated with the next item. Sort of on that same note, I just want to point out that you've probably noticed the St. Regis is on the agenda 2 times this evening, which can be confusing. And partly because, sorry, give me 1 second. That's okay. I guess it's not showing up there. Okay. The reason it's on the agenda twice is because there are 2 separate and distinct requests coming from the St. Regis. They are associated with temporary structures, but they touch on different sections of the land use code. So one of the sections of the code requires adoption via resolution, and the other one requires adoption via ordinance. So this particular review right now that we're looking at is via resolution. And then once we get through this, we'll get to the second part of the St. Regis request. So I want to make sure that it's understood these are 2 separate and distinct requests coming from the same property. So in this instance, this is triggering temporary use review, growth management review, and commercial design review. The request here is to erect 2 seasonal structures within the confines of the St. Regis, which I'll jump into here. So quick background, this is the location of the St. Regis. It's about a 3-acre property. It's located in the Lodge Zone District. It has a planned development overlay. It's improved with approximately 130 lodge hotel rooms. There's some timeshare units in there, as well as ancillary uses such as ballrooms and restaurants and things like that. So I'm sure many folks are quite familiar. It's a large property in town here. So the request for this application is to erect 2 temporary structures within the fountain courtyard, which is highlighted on the screen here. This photo here shows the fountain courtyard as viewed from the adjacent balcony. There is a large white tent in the center of that courtyard, which is actually not the subject of this review, but it is associated with these tents. So that tent that's shown there is what we call the special events tent. And council approved that in previous years. And this chart shows a little bit of history on that. But starting in 2017, on the top of this chart, council approved that tent for 40 days per year through 2022. So it was approved for 5 years with the ability to renew the approval for an additional 5 years. So after that, COVID happened, and we allowed places like the St. Regis to erect these by right. And then they came back last year, and council approved that same tent, the special events tent, for an additional 5 years. So that's approved through 2027. That tent is about 3,900 square feet in size, and it's approved for 40 days per year. The purpose of that tent is to accommodate sort of one-off events, weddings, corporate retreats, I think Aspen Food and Wine might have some events there, so that's sort of the idea behind that tent. So again, council approved a 5-year renewal on that last year. But following that approval, staff received a permit application from the applicant seeking to erect that tent, but also 2 additional tents that were not represented during the council review last year, which staff had to deny because they were not memorialized in the approval. And we gave the applicant direction to come back and seek council approval to erect those 2 smaller tents in order to be consistent with what the council approved. And those 2 tents are associated with the special events tent. So here is the footprint of the special events tent, sort of dotted outline there. And the 2 tents associated with that the applicant seeks to erect are located adjacent to that tent. One of those smaller tents, they're each about 200 square feet, and they serve 2 different purposes. The first one is to accommodate back of house staff, just to provide covered area for people to bring dishes and things like that. And the other tent is intended to provide a covered walkway from the interior of the hotel into the main tent. So during those winter months when it's extra cold, patrons can walk through that smaller tent into the main tent. So when it comes to determining whether or not these meet the provisions of the land use code, there are several review criteria. All of them are included in the packet. I'm just going to highlight a couple of them that I think stand out here. The first is the location, size, design, operating characteristics, and visual impacts of the proposed use. So this is the inside of the special events tent. Again, even though this is not part of the request tonight, the two associated tents are directly linked to this. And the operating characteristics of those are consistent with what council approved in this special events tent. They're both quite small in size. This tent here is 3,900 square feet. These 2 adjacent tents are 400 square feet cumulatively. They're each 200 square feet. So the visual impacts are quite small, and the operating characteristics are consistent with what council has approved previously. The relation of the temporary use to the conditions and character that occur in the zone district. When it comes to looking at that, we want to look at what underlying zoning is. In this case, it's in the lodge zone district. One of the permitted uses in the lodge zone district is for accessory uses and structures that might support something like food service for on-site lodge guests as an accessory use. And so these types of structures certainly fall into that category. Again, a resort as large as the St. Regis has staff on-site to help service these kinds of events. And so this is consistent with underlying zoning. We would be concerned if, for instance, this tent was associated with adding a new third-party business, like a new retail shop or something like that. That's not the case here. This is part of what you would expect to see in the lodge zone district. So staff finds these criteria to be met. When it comes to the commercial design review, I'll just point out a couple of the standards. The St. Regis is located at the mountain base character area. There's some specific standards for that. One of which is to place buildings in a place that minimizes visual impacts from downtown and reinforces a strong relationship to the mountain. This is a photo I showed earlier, and because these temporary uses the materials are not what we want to see in the lodge zone district, which I'll show in a second. We would normally be concerned about placing structures like these around town. But if you notice the prominent 4-story walls surrounding this structure, the fact that it's located low inside of this courtyard, it's really not visible from the surrounding neighborhood. Certainly not from the downtown. So there's not a lot of visual impacts that we would see. So we find this criterion to be met. And then as far as general standards go, these are all related to building materials. And again, temporary structures generally don't meet our commercial design standards, and staff generally doesn't support these types of structures for that reason. We don't want we don't want structures to be reflective. They should not be shiny or glossy. They should convey the quality and range of materials found in the context of the character area and have the proven durability and weathering characteristics that we would see in Aspen's climate. Again, these criteria with temporary structures, there's some tension with what a temporary structure is and with what these material prescribe. But again, context is everything. And in this case, the St. Regis has the space and has the design of permanent infrastructure around these to shield them from the surrounding area. So the commercial design standards are not of concern here because they're not going to be visible from the surrounding neighborhood. So we find this criterion to be met. So quick recommendation here, we support approval of the 2 additional tents in the Fountain Courtyard for up to 40 days per year for 4 years, starting this winter 2023 to 2024 through winter 2026, 2027. We recommend approval of the resolution in the packet, subject to the conditions that we have established in that resolution. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant, Alan, doesn't have a presentation, but he's happy to answer questions as well if council desires. Thank you.
Bill?
Alan, are you satisfied with the conditions set forth in the resolution?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Other council questions at this time?
It's a public hearing? I'll wait until after public hearing.
I'm just wondering how these additional structures will be heated.
So, order of operations is important here, but our next item is going to get into some of the infrastructure improvements that the St. Regis is proposing, a lot of which is intended to offset the energy load that's going to be required to heat these. And I will say, just so you're informed for this decision, staff feels comfortable with what the St. Regis is proposing on the next item. A lot of which is going to be installing like a solar panel array on the roof. They're going to be installing batteries around the site as well as electric vehicle charging stations. And we have a condition in the next item, in the next ordinance that's on the table, requiring those to be constructed and online within 1 year of the approval. So staff feels comfortable with those improvements and certainly took into account council's goal of trying to get at that energy use.
Yeah, I was interested to read in the packet that there was solar installed on the roof of the St. Regis and it has not been used. So this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment this evening on resolution number 158 for the St. Regis temporary seasonal use request? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion and bring it back to council table. Ward?
Yeah, my comments are in line with John's, and I had a lengthy discussion with CoA today, and just to make St. Regis where Black Hills Energy evidently has rebates for gas heaters. And this is on the Holy Cross grid, and there are some, it's possible that Mitsubishi is going to be bringing some portable heat pumps into the United States. There are none now. And that I'm concerned, as John is, about greenhouse gas being produced by the use of these facilities, and just to keep an eye on and keep up to date. And I've asked CoA to keep me posted on any new developments that come along in the heating realm, to electrify if possible, to cut down on greenhouse gas. And somebody at CoA was actually meeting with somebody from Mitsubishi this evening about some portable type heat pumps that are evidently available in Europe but not here, but just in the future to keep that on your radar, that we would really like to reduce the greenhouse gas production.
completely share your concern, and Brian Paul is going to be making the presentation as part of the next agenda item.
Okay, and then my own,
Nicely on point.
okay, and my only other comment was that I did speak to some tent manufacturers, and if this is owned by St. Regis or if it's rented, that a brown color or something other than white. And it's not a decisive point for me, but I think would be more harmonious with the surrounding.
You own this one, the St. Regis does own it.
Okay, when it's replaced, I'd love you to take a look at some different color options.
Might also be beneficial for some thermal capturing. Other council comments at this time?
Ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion to, if you're ready, Terry.
Yeah, sure.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 158, series of 2023.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? I just wanted to take a quick opportunity to just say to the St. Regis family, I think that there was an incident at the hotel recently. So just, it's traumatic on all sides of it. And I just wanted to extend, my consideration for you. A lot being said on both sides of the coin, and appreciate the work that you guys do. With that, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote for resolution number 158?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to get ready for the next item here.
On our agenda,
Well, interestingly enough, and it's just numerical, but ordinance 12 is the next item, which is the outdoor lighting code. You may want to go ahead and address that.
thank you. Yeah, if you guys don't mind, if you just step away for a second, we'll take care of this now. This is a public hearing on ordinance number 12. We do have a continuation request, but seeing that this was scheduled for a public hearing this evening, we will go ahead and have a preliminary introduction by staff for the continuation request. I will also open up the public hearing in case there are members of the public that are here to speak on ordinance number 12, and then we'll be continuing both of them at a certain later date for more conversation.
Mr. Mayor and Council, for the record, Ben Anderson and Haley Hart from Community Development. We're very eager to have a discussion with council and the public related to ordinance number 12, the outdoor lighting ordinance. But looking at council's agenda today, we thought we would request a continuation on this item. And we're happy to take any questions, but look forward to a more robust discussion on November 14th at your next regular meeting.
That's all, folks. This is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open up opportunity for the public to make comment on ordinance number 12, the outdoor lighting code. Specifically, this is for folks that may not be able to make the next meeting and you have comments that you'd like to share. We offer you that opportunity this evening. However, the public hearing part of this will be reopened as well. So we will take public comment at our next meeting on this as well. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 12, series of 2020.
No, to continue.
Oh, to continue.
November 14th.
All right, I'll make a motion to continue ordinance 12, series of 2023 to November
14.
14th.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? We've gotten a few comments from the public, so hopefully those will be in the public record as well when we come back. With that, we'll take a roll call vote for continuance of ordinance 12, please.
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you, guys. And now we will come back to ordinance number 18. This is the St. Regis for a minor amendment to plan development, project review, commercial design review, growth management review.
has bare videos. The drive, yeah. Either way, I just have it, just in case. Okay.
All right, good evening, council. I'll just introduce this item really quick. So we're back with the St. Regis. This is the second part of the St. Regis request that I described previously. This is a request for a PD amendment, a minor amendment to project review, growth management review, and commercial design review. Part of this request is coming in three parts. The first part of the request is to install temporary structures on the property. And this is different than what we just went over because this is requesting to add these structures as a PD amendment, which means that if council decides to amend the PD to allow these structures, the applicant would not need to come back to council in future years to seek approval again. They can simply come in each year for a building permit to build these structures. So that's the difference between the last review and this review. The other part of the request is a variation from height for a fence. And then the last part of the request is to install this renewable energy equipment, which the applicant's going to discuss in further detail. I think, Alan, you're presenting first, is that right?
That's fine with me.
Okay. And then you're going to present after Alan, is that right?
I'm just going to make a quick statement
make a
about
statement, okay.
where
We'll
we're
be
headed.
seamless.
Sure.
Yes.
I'm going to share the screen real quick.
Yeah, that'll be, my photos will be at the end.
Yep, Alan, make sure your mic's pointed at you in green.
Absolutely,
lighting.
thank you.
You're welcome to turn it off when you don't want it on, but please turn it on when you're speaking.
Okay, ready? Yeah, we don't need that up.
Oh, okay.
That's at the end.
Okay, I'll just.
For the record, I'm Alan Richmond. I'm here representing the St. Regis Aspen Resort. We've also got several other people here tonight. Stefan DeBates is sitting in the back there. Heather Steen-Hart is the GM of the St. Regis. Brian Paul is sitting here to my left. He is the head of engineering and will be part of this presentation. Kim French is the director of event management in the back. And Abhishek Kanchar is the housing director for St. Regis. I wanted to start off by just doing a quick recap on how we got here tonight, requesting this minor amendment to the PUD. So Kevin has been kind of introducing you as to what has happened with past temporary use permits, which the city granted for the St. Regis. For seasonal tents, first in 2018, there were 10 yurts proposed in the Mill Street courtyard, which the city council allowed, and then in 2021, during the pandemic, the St. Regis was authorized to put a tent in the mountain courtyard, 4 yurts, the Mill Street courtyard, 4 yurts in the fountain courtyard, and the dome in the mountain plaza. So that had become kind of the way the St. Regis had begun operating in the winter after the pandemic. And so last year, in 2022, the St. Regis came before you applying for a new 5-year temporary use permit for these seasonal tents. That application basically suggested that there were at least 4 reasons why those tents fit on a property like the St. Regis. And many of these points are similar to the points that Kevin walked through with the 2 seasonal tents that you just approved. The tents get erected only on private property, and they don't disrupt any sidewalks or rights-of-way. The tents are all located, as you saw, within the wings of the hotel, and they're generally not visible from the town. As Kevin mentioned, the hotel is located in the mountain base area, and this is a place where guests and residents typically expect to see special events occurring, tents, those kinds of structures. And lastly, hotel guests had expressed a strong support for these uses during the pandemic, and this seemed like an amenity that the hotel would like to continue to offer. So as I said, we were before you last year, and in November of last year, the council decided not to grant the 5-year permit that we requested. You instead granted a 1-year permit for each of these tents, the tent in the Mill Street courtyard, the yurts in the Fountain Courtyard and the Dome and the Plaza. You granted all of those on a one-year basis. And at the end of the meeting, kind of suggested to us that if we wanted to continue to have these types of tents at the St. Regis, that we ought to think about a different method of applying for them, that the temporary use process isn't really a good fit for tents that are up for an entire season. You also suggested at the same time that if we were going to come back, that having a more sustainable way of powering and heating the seasonal structures should be part of that approach. We thought those suggestions were really positive suggestions because what the hotel is looking for with these winter tents is a more predictable way for it to operate going into the future. It needs to be able to commit to leases with the operators of the spaces, and it needs to plan ahead for the activities that would occur in these spaces if they're to get approved. So having that on a more permanent basis is certainly quite desirable. The St. Regis met with the Community Development Department in an effort to come up with a path forward, and staff suggested that the approach that we ought to try would be to submit the PUD amendment application, which would make the tents a permanent part of this PD approval for the property. That, as Kevin has said, would eliminate the need to come back on these tents on an annual basis. We thought that made a lot of sense, and that's really why we're here before you tonight. We're trying to make these tents a permanent part of the plan development. So in starting this presentation, I thought the place to start would be where the council left off with us, which is how can we respond in a positive manner to your request that we reduce the dependence of the hotel on fossil fuels to heat and power its facilities. I'll have Brian Paul describe that proposal. When he's finished, I will then complete the other two parts of my presentation, which are basically to focus on, number one, the affordable housing issues, which are part of this discussion, and the requested fence variation. So, Brian, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. As Alan mentioned, my name is Brian Paul. I'm the Director of Engineering at the St. Regis Hotel here in Aspen. Before working at the St. Regis, I worked for 20 years, from 2001 to 2021, in the Pickens County Building Department as the building official. During my years in the building department, I was International Code Council certified in both residential and commercial energy plans examination and inspection. I was also trained through the Building Performance Institute, HERS Rater program, and LEED certification to review and perform energy audits and building evaluations. I work closely with the Community Office for Renewable Energy, CoA, on the utilization of funds collected by the County Renewable Energy Mitigation Program. I also wrote the Pickens County Energy Code adoptions in 2010, 2015, and 2020. My goal at St. Regis is to use my prior energy experience to take a holistic and comprehensive look at our property's energy usage. We have directives from the City of Aspen, requirements from the State of Colorado, and goals from Marriott International that will need to be addressed and implemented in the next 2 years. We have directives from, we have completed state energy benchmarking, Marriott benchmarking, and will be following a retro commissioning path for existing older properties, which will guide our energy upgrades to our mechanical systems, our building materials and components, and building automation upgrades. We have attached some specific energy improvements to this PUD amendment to demonstrate that our desire is to be responsible and mindful when utilizing our outdoor spaces. To date, the repair and improvements of our existing outdoor electric receptacles and available power distribution locations is already being addressed in our courtyard. We're closed for remodel and renovation during the next 3 weeks up until November 15th, and we'll be working on the courtyard. We have acquired 4 electric forced air heaters for the yurts and plan to swap our 5 existing gas tent heaters during this winter season. We have consulted with Sunset Solar on a plan to remove the abandoned solar hot water panels from the St. Regis roof and utilize the racking system in place to install solar photovoltaic panels. The roof area of the St. Regis can support a solar photovoltaic array of approximately 55 to 60 kW and potentially produce around 80,000 kilowatt hours annually, according to Sunset Solar's calculations. If you took that into REMP terms, by 20 years, that would be 126 million BTUs. So it's about 6,000 square feet of snow melt, if you want to do the math, the REMP math.
A lot of energy savings.
Yeah. During spring closure 2024, we will begin removal of the existing solar hot water panels and begin placement of PV panels based on our final calculations and the set available budget. We will bring our solar installation permit to start this project once our design is finalized and we have secured any rebates, incentives, and available credits to maximize our project and the owner's investment. We have acquired 2 new electric fleet vehicles for our guests to utilize during their stay, and will need to also install 4 additional EV chargers for these vehicles, plus the 2 additional that are coming, as well as increased availability for our guest vehicles. The hotel currently has 3 EV chargers for our guests. Funding has already been forecast in the 2024 budgets for this project. Funding also is in the 2024 and 2025 budgets for window upgrades, facade weatherproofing, LED lighting upgrades, and HVAC improvements. We completed a mechanical engineer walkthrough of the guest AC units this week and have pending energy audits in January 2024 with Impact Energy. These items are not all directly tied to the PUD amendment, but they are proof of St. Regis ownership and management being committed to energy efficiency and a holistic approach to our property.
And of course, we'll be happy to take questions and provide more specifics if you need them on that program, but we think it's a serious response to council's directive in terms of sustainability and moving away from fossil fuels.
I thought you should have paused a little longer there for some applause.
Good.
Thank you.
And I think it's good for the planet not to just be appeasing us at this table, but it's good for the whole planet and good for your business as well.
Yeah, there's no question that this isn't just an individual action in response to a land use application. This is a commitment by the operator that this is the way to do business.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to take the mic back and talk a bit about, first, the affordable housing questions, and then secondly, the fence. And the housing portion is going to be a bit dry. The fence, we have both photos and videos to illustrate the points. So as we were preparing this application, we understood that it would be important to provide some current information to the city about the level of employment at the St. Regis, so you could make a determination as to whether, by making these seasonal tents a permanent part of the planned development, would that result in the hotel having more employees generated than had been agreed to in the original PUD. The staff memo, I think, is very clear in pointing out that when the original PUD for the hotel was approved by the city in 1985, and then when there was an initial amendment to it in 1988, the city and the owner agreed that a total of 331 FTEs would be generated by the hotel and its associated uses. And that included not just the hotel rooms, but it included the on-site restaurants and the retail uses, which were approved as part of the original PUD. The city code at that time required mitigation for 60% of the employees generated. 60% of 331 FTEs equals 198.5 FTEs. The then owner of the property provided that mitigation by placing deed restrictions on 3 properties. The Copper Horse and the Alpena House were 2 existing free market properties. They were both converted to affordable housing, and Ute City Place was a new property, a new affordable housing project on Cooper Avenue, which was built. Those deed restrictions were all filed as required. The owner also made a capital investment in the Hunter Longhouse property, which was something that the Housing Authority was looking to see happen at that time. That project was on the verge of losing its deed restricted status and reverting to the free market, and the capital investment that was made permanized the deed restrictions on that property and earned it some mitigation credits. When the hotel opened in 1993-94, an audit of the hotel was conducted. The audit confirmed that the hotel was operating within the 331 FTE threshold, and so the city concluded that no additional mitigation was required at that time and that 198.5 was acceptable. Now, in 2003, there was a major PUD amendment for this hotel. That's when the timeshare use was established for the property, and the spa operation, which was a major new accessory use, was added to the property. In its approval of the amendment, The council ordinance reestablished the condition that additional housing mitigation would need to be provided if the hotel operation generated more than 331 FTEs. The city again required a new audit to be conducted to verify the employment levels. That audit was conducted in 2009, 2010, and it demonstrated that employment as a result of the hotel operation, the new timeshare, the spa, and all the other uses at the hotel, again, had not exceeded the 331 threshold. So in 2003, the city did not require any additional mitigation for affordable housing be provided. When we were preparing this application, I asked the staff to take the initiative to conduct an audit on our own. We weren't required to do so at this time, but I thought it was important that we conduct an audit of the operation last winter in 2022-2023, and then the staff went on to continue that auditing process through the spring and summer of this year, so we have a full year audit on our hands. The audit addressed, again, not just the basic operation of the hotel rooms, but all of the associated accessory commercial operations. So it included the operation of these seasonal structures, since you had approved them last year on a one-year basis, because we knew we were going to try to get these made permanent. So the audit covered the staff operated by the Snow Lodge in the Mill Street Courtyard, the yurts in the Fountain Courtyard, and the Dome in the Mountain Plaza. The 2022-23 audit determined the total FTE count at 330.6, again below the 331 threshold. Given the way the city had reviewed the 2003 PUD amendment and how it had responded to all of our prior audits, since we were not going to exceed the 331 person threshold, we thought that there would be no affordable housing mitigation required. But staff has proposed that the operations within the seasonal structures should be required to pay affordable housing mitigation based on the formulas which typically get applied if we have seasonal structures that get permitted through the temporary use process. The staff justification in the memo for requiring that housing is that these are uses not originally contemplated by the original PUD, and so the mitigation is justified. We've got a problem with that line of thinking, but just hold on with me, because we're going to come out of this with a positive proposal. We think that applying the mitigation formulas for temporary uses kind of conflicts with the whole idea that we're trying not to permit these structures as temporary uses anymore. The point of this application is not to use the temporary use process and review these as part of the PUD. And if they're reviewed as part of the PUD, we think they should be treated the way the rest of the whole hotel operation is addressed under the PUD. That's why we included these structures in the audit, and we believe that they're captured under the 331 threshold. If at some point in the future we were to exceed that 331 FTE, including the operation of these structures, then the PUD requires us to provide housing for 60% of the FTEs generated. We're aware of that requirement, and we have every expectation that we would provide that housing if we exceed the 331 magic threshold. The applicant does understand the staff's point about these proposed structures representing new uses, but as I just described, this isn't the first time new uses have been proposed for this hotel. In fact, in 2003, there were new uses proposed in terms of the timeshare use and the spa. At that time, the city classified those changes as a major PUD amendment, unlike today where we're classified as a minor amendment. In 2003, the city didn't impose any additional mitigation on the major amendment, and yet here we are talking about mitigation for a minor amendment. Now, despite the applicant's objections, the ownership wants to work with the city on this, and we understand the city's desire to try and gain additional mitigation through this amendment process. And so we've thought through how we could respond to the proposed staff condition in a constructive manner. The primary concern that we have about the condition that's written about the affordable housing mitigation is that there's very little predictability to the formula which you currently have in your code. There have been conversations as recently as last year about the possibility that the temporary use regulations might need to be rewritten at some point in the future, and that the affordable housing obligations associated with such permits could be significantly increased. And so if we were to simply agree to the formula that's in the code for temporary uses, which these are not, we'd be signing a blank check commitment that would apply to these uses in the future. So you have in your packet a red line version of the ordinance, which has been submitted through the applicant's attorneys, Garfield and Hecht, which is intended to bring some certainty and predictability to the mitigation fee. And I know, Kevin, you're going to go through the red line in some detail, so I'm going to just say generally what we're trying to do here is we're trying to create some predictability and some certainty. And so probably the most important thing in that red line version of the ordinance that we put in there is that we're trying to have some predictability in how much the annual fee might increase from year to year. Right now, if we accept that the mitigation is simply based on what is in the land use code today, we do not know how you might change that temporary use formula next year, the year after, or the year after that. And if the fee were to double, triple, or go on multiples of that, we simply can't budget on that basis. So our suggestion in the red line is to limit the increase in the amount that we would pay to the greater of 3% per year or an annual CPI rate. That will allow the payment to increase every year. The payment that's estimated for this year is about $31,000 or $32,000, and that would go up by at least 3% or more based on the CPI. Otherwise, in terms of the conditions, we fully agree with the staff's proposed condition about the periodic auditing. We have no questions whatsoever about that. We continue to agree that if the FTE count were to exceed the 331 threshold, that we would be responsible for providing affordable housing. However, where the staff is suggesting that affordable housing would be provided for 65% of the new employees generated, we would suggest that the PUD requires that mitigation be 60%. There's language in the original PUD agreement that says that the requirements for all aspects of the PUD need to be based on the code that was in effect when the PUD agreement was adopted. And in 1988, the standard was 60%. Chris, is there anything you need to add to what I've said about the red line before I move into the fence?
Just briefly.
This is Chris Bryan of Garfield and Hecht.
Hello. I think Mr. True mentioned this at the outset of the last agenda item, well, 2 agenda items ago, but if you look in your packet, the documents that are Bates labeled, I think 131 through 138 were part, or 137 were part of Resolution 158. They should be part of this consideration of ordinance number 18. And I also want to point out that the red line, which my office supplied to city staff and to the city attorney last week, and which is part of your packet here, has a cover letter from me, and you will see that it has a watermark on it that says applicant's draft ordinance. That is somewhat different than the proposed resolution that is in your packet under option A, which starts at Bates label 233. So I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same red line to make things just slightly more confusing. Although we submitted it in red line, I think the draft ordinance that's presented here does not show the strike through. And instead it shows the language as if it were accepted. And that might be a cause for some parsing of the language if you have any questions. But I just wanted to orient everybody to the proper packet materials. And I understand there might be some further discussion of that, and I'm happy to address those issues as they arise.
Okay.
I did not realize that the red line did not get carried through the packet. But otherwise, that is correct. Wait.
We'll clear it up when we get to a motion.
We
So
put the watermark on it.
again, our position is we're accepting the city's request to pay affordable housing mitigation for these additional uses. And we're looking to work with the council and the staff on this to try to obtain some greater predictability in terms of the way the formula gets applied. Since we're not temporary uses, we think you certainly have the authority to apply the formula in a way that would be fair to this applicant.
And just to put another finer point on that, it is the applicant's position that we are within the 331 as the audit shows. And what we have tried to propose is a compromise that is reflected in that red line that we submitted to city staff last Thursday. We had a phone call with the city attorneys that we thought was very helpful to help everybody understand what the applicant was volunteering to do under these circumstances, and then that got memorialized in the redlined draft ordinance.
Okay, I'll move into the fence unless there's an
Jim, do
objection
you
to
have the
that.
red line version?
I do have it, I was just trying to,
Jim, I have it here if you'd like me to email it to you.
I have it.
Okay.
But we do not have it.
You want to get it on?
I don't think we need it. Let's figure out council direction on this, and then we can parse it together. Kevin?
One thing I'll just add here, I have in my presentation just highlighting some of the differences
Yeah.
between what the applicant's proposing and what we have, if that's helpful for
That
council.
would be helpful.
Cool.
Jim, I think for the record, I would like the red line version to become part of the public record, if you don't mind.
Oh, I agree that, that is fine, that was the intent. Sometimes these, as it's put into the packet, the redlining gets, I don't know how it happens, but it goes away.
Nicole,
You'd
may
have
I
to ask
email this to
Nicole.
you so it becomes part of the packet or the record? Thank you.
That was the intent, to have it in the packet, and we put the watermark on it. It was applicant's proposal.
Okay.
So the last part of our presentation is regarding the fence discussion for which we're requesting a variance. And let's start by talking about the permit for the fence. That seemed to be a matter of some confusion at the first reading discussion, and the staff has, now we've found a copy of the permit and shared that with the staff, and the staff found it as well in its file. So the St. Regis did apply for and receive a permit to install a fence on two sections of the property back in the summer of 2022. Those two sections are what's called the Juniata section, which is the very rear of the property, and the Monarch section, which of course is the western side of the property. The Juniata section of the fence was completed, and the contractor who was installing the fence also understood that the Monarch Street section had been permitted and began to install that fence. While that work was ongoing, the city staff went out to inspect the fence, and they determined that segments built along Monarch Street did not comply with one of the city's zoning standards. A stop work order was issued, and the contractor halted the installation at that time. The cause of the situation, the zoning standard, which the fence did not comply with, is that the code allows a fence to be up to 6 feet in height, except when it's located in front of the facade of the building, in which case it's limited to 42 inches, or 3.5 feet. The St. Regis, as you know, has multiple facades. It has a facade along Mill Street, which is not involved here. It has a facade along Dean Street, which is the front facade, and it also has a wing along Monarch Street. And that facade is the one that is generating this unusually restrictive height limit on the fence. The fence along Juniata Street on the rear of the property is not subject to this limit. There is not a facade along the rear of the property. So that portion of the fence was properly installed and completed. The issue for the St. Regis on the Monarch Street side is one of safety and security, and I'm going to be showing you some pictures in a moment that will help to illustrate these points. But let me start by making the points and then walk you through the photos. So Monarch Street looks down on the hotel's internal courtyards where the Mountain Plaza pool and hot tub are located. We'll be showing you some videos, and we'll also be showing you some other evidence of intruders who've come onto the grounds from this side of the property to use the hotel's amenities. And animals have been able to climb over or under the prior fence, including an incident where a bear did not survive when it climbed over the fence. This was a couple of years ago and fell the considerable distance that I will show you from the top of the fence to the ground in that area. The problem with having a compliant fence in this area is that the street steps with the natural grade from the back to the front of the property, and it creates a deeper and deeper moat effect on the hotel side. In addition, there's a low brick wall that was built above the ground, and it creates a place where either a person or an animal could stand on the brick wall and then climb over the fence. There were 2 points raised by the staff objecting to the proposed variance, that we did not suggest a reason that the higher fence was needed, and that the height is out of character with the surrounding neighborhood. So let's walk through the photos and see if we can help to explain why we need the fence and why we think it is in character with the neighborhood.
Council members, do you have any specific questions or areas for clarity about this fence?
I do not.
I'll be quick with the photos. So this is a photo taken on the Juniata Street side, and it was kind of a demo that was put up to show the 2 segments on the left and the right were the fence as it existed prior to the installation of the taller fence. The fence in the middle is the taller fence that was ultimately installed on Juniata Street. So you see 2 problems with the fence on the left and the right side. You see the gap below the fence on the bottom where animals could get through, and even where young folks could kind of slither their way through, because that was the fence that went around the property. And second, the fence was quite short. It was short enough that anyone, an animal or an intruder, could climb over it. So let's go photo by photo now. The next 4 photos are going to show segments of the Monarch Street fence. So first, this is the fence that's along Monarch Street, right next to the gate. And one thing I think that this shows is just how easy it is to see through the fence. This is not an opaque fence. It's not a solid barrier. You can certainly see through it to the courtyard behind.
And this section would stay or be replaced?
Yes. This was a section that was completed, and then we were handed the stop work order and told, you're in violation. So this is a 6-foot fence from grade that would stay. Next picture. This is a picture showing the way the fence is starting to step down along the topography so that each section keeps to the 6-foot limit. Again, yes, this is a fence that would stay. Next picture is beginning to show the brick wall. So this is moving up much closer to Dean Street. It's right behind. You can see the facade at the rear of the hotel there at the left. But this is showing the brick wall on which portions of the fence sit. And this is where the fence, while the fence itself is 6 feet in height, the fence plus the brick wall is now moving up towards 7, 8, and as much as 10 feet. Again, you can clearly see through behind. This is the tallest portion of the fence. This is right up against the edge of the hotel. You can see it sits behind these transformer boxes, so it's quite a distance from the sidewalk, so it's not quite as visible as other sections of the fence, but this is where the 10-foot fence is, and you can see how tall the wall has now gotten there. So the next 3 photos, let's start with the next one. This is right behind where we were just looking. So this is up against the hotel, and you can see the extent of the drop. This was the fence that the bear climbed a couple of years ago and got over and dropped and was killed from that drop. So this is beginning to illustrate the kinds of safety concerns that we have if you've got a low fence there. Show the next one.
Excuse me, Alan. That last one, was that a 4-foot brick fence and a 6-foot fence on top of that for 10?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so the brick wall has been there for quite some time, and the metal fence, the 6-foot metal, was added in the summer of 2022.
So this in effect is a 10-foot fence?
That is, yeah. The only places really where the fence has not been completed, I'll show you one of them in either the next picture or the one after. There's an area by the gate. Yeah, that area. You can kind of see where the fence ends on the left, and then there's a gap on the right side of this picture. And you see the stairs coming down. And that's actually the stairs that the bear walked down last week to get into the hotel. So there's a gate there. The gate today does not have a card reader. It's not, it was going to be replaced in the summer of 2022, but it wasn't. And so it's a place where intruders can get in. So yeah, you're starting to see just how much of a drop there would be there if we had just a 42-inch fence in that area, someone not knowing what they were doing in the dark, trying to get to the hot tub, for example, could fall that entire distance. And the next one is kind of the same image, yeah, similar image. Okay. So the next set of photos now is moving off of our property to surrounding properties, and it's meant to illustrate the similarity of the St. Regis fence to other fences in the neighborhood. So this one is taken over by the miniature golf / skating rink, which is about a block from the St. Regis, and we can scroll through this one, next one. That's, that's a better example of very similar fence to ours with the brick wall below it, well over 6 feet in height, more.
Can I interrupt and ask if anyone wants to continue to see these photos?
I have about
think
4 or
I get
5
that.
more.
I know, but I just want to keep moving.
Okay.
Ellen. I don't know if others shared the same thing. I get it. I'm okay with it personally, but I can't
Okay,
speak for the
fair enough. I don't want to belabor the point. I can stop if council wishes.
Continue, Alan, you've
Yeah.
got, I gotta be honest, these photos are actually confusing me more than before, but, you're almost done, so go ahead and get through.
Yeah, these, again, these are photos from over by the miniature golf, and they're showing a fence that's about 15 feet high from the sidewalk there. Just trying to show that there are similar fences to ours in the neighborhood. Keep moving through. These are fences across the street from our property at what was the Grand Aspen, now the Aspen. Again, brick wall, again exceeding the 42 inches. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That fence is trying to keep people from going into a courtyard that sits below street level on Mill Street, going into the Grand Aspen courtyard. Same kind of situation as we have. That fence is
Other
about
examples are
8 or 10
confusing
feet tall.
the issue, I think. Better to stay with the property that we're looking at, the
Okay,
fencing
I
that we're
understand.
looking at.
We had objections that this fence was out of character with the neighborhood. I can stop with that. If my point is confusing everyone, then I will stop there. Brian, do you want to show some of the videos and
Yes, if we can
leave
get
it at that?
this to work. Council asked for some videos of pedestrians and bears entering in through those gates. So we had security bring up some videos if you're interested in seeing them. If you wanted to keep moving forward, that's.
I don't think we need to see video of bears or people going through the gate, especially if I'm in them. I don't want to see them.
They are a little grainy, so you really can't tell your face.
Well, that's reassuring, but nonetheless. Anyway. Is that okay with council? I don't need to see.
I want to know how the bear got through the gate, and if if that's been corrected.
Well, that's the situation we're trying to correct, is getting a 6-foot gate where the 42-inch gate currently is. One of the videos clearly shows that the bear that actually entered the hotel recently came over that gate area and down those stairs that I was standing in front of in that photo and walked right into the courtyard, down to the lower courtyard, and into the kitchen through one of our entries into the kitchen area.
So the bear went over the fence?
He did, because the fence is only 42 inches high at this time. So we have a 6-foot gate prepped to go. That was part of the original new fence design. It's going to have actually a security pass that you have to have a card reader.
Does the bear have one of those?
I
We
knew it
hope
was
he
coming,
won't.
Ward.
You might have a collar, I'm not sure.
Ward, page 230. Figure 7. I believe is the gate we're referring to.
Yeah, I also in my presentation have sort of done a step-by-step along Monarch, so that might help clarify.
Even the site plan shows a pretty good depiction of what
Got the
the
site
area
plan
we're
on.
talking about. That's probably the best thing to look at.
Yep.
I've got to say, I live in the West End, and we see a lot of bears, and I've seen bears do some amazing things, like tightrope a 6-foot tall fence. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, actually, one of the videos we have shows a bear walking along the top of that wall, just walking right on the edge, and then he walks right up to the 42-inch fence that's there and just kind of pokes over it and
They're
decides to go
amazing
the other way.
climbers. I'm not sure how high a fence will keep bears out. I'm sure they can keep people out.
Which is the other side of this, is the security issue. And we have to address that every time we have someone of high stature come into the hotel. Their security details actually is concerned about this area being a point of access.
All right. Alan, was that
That is the completion, yes.
excellent? Thank you so much. We'll hold off on the bear videos for now.
Okay.
And there seems to be 3 issues for discussion, and we should go through them. 1, 2, 3.
Is there any interest in going straight to public comment and then a vote on this?
We're getting close, Bill, thanks.
Why not?
Mr. Mayor, if council is interested, staff has a presentation as well that we're happy to go quickly and just kind of close some loose ends to help maybe clarify a couple things.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll make this very fast. What's going on here? Okay. So just to reintroduce myself, Haley Hart with the Community Development Department. I will do a very expedited presentation just from the staff's side. So I was sort of handling the fence side, whereas Kevin was handling the temporary use and tent structure, which is why we sort of divided this up. But again, St. Regis Lodge with the PD overlay, which is why we're looking at this PD amendment. And so for the first component here, so again, we're looking to install and maintain the fencing, which was partially built with a permit. I'll show you that permit, and it exceeds the height limitations as required by underlying zoning. So again, looking at fencing up to 10 feet, whereas underlying zoning would only allow it to be 42 inches. And the image on the right will kind of keep coming back to this. This is sort of the site plan, and I tried to highlight where the fencing was that we just looked at, and we'll look at it piece by piece. So this was the permit that was approved. As you can see in the red, that's the Juniata side. That is what was approved for that 6 feet of fencing. The blue bubble on the corner of Monarch and Juniata, as well as the blue line along Monarch, that was not approved. And you can see that that is in bold. So that fencing that was built along there was not part of the original permit, and that is the subject of what we'll be looking at today. So thinking kind of the closer to the Dean Street, right across the new parks, we're looking at this first chunk of the fencing. This is the area that we were looking at that's ranging from 6 to 10 feet. Alan showed that image that sort of drops into the courtyard. This is the highest point of the fencing, and this is recessed behind the mechanical equipment right there. So just pointing out the 10 feet sort of on that left side, up to 6 feet 9 inches on the right side of that corner. Again, the mechanical equipment is right next to the pedestrian corridor of this area. This is just an enhanced image of what is existing and seen on Monarch Street. As we're walking down, so now we're going to look at the 2 gates with the planter in between. These are the areas that were partially built. So we're looking at the first gate entry, which is right here. I think this is the area you were saying that the bear crawled down. So this is just sort of a before and after image of what was existing versus what has been built today. So again, what is existing now is about 6 feet, 7.5 inches. The gate is proposed to be 6 feet. The next section is along these planters. Alan had pointed out that this part has not had any of the fencing constructed on it. This is proposed to be about 8 feet, 11 inches on the bottom side, so that first circle on the left, and then built up to about 5.5 feet on the right-hand side next to that next gate. So this is looking at it sort of along the street. So that was the planter we were just looking at. This is the second gate that the request is going to be 6 feet. And then we're coming back into the fencing that was constructed this past year, which is about 6.5 feet. And then the last section is that corner of Juniata and Monarch. And what is existing now is what was constructed with that permit that didn't necessarily cover this corner, which is a little over 6.5 feet. And I do think, you know, some of the issues and challenges with the existing or the previous fencing, you know, the gap underneath, you could slide under. I think some of that has been fixed with what has been constructed. I do think we want to consider still, this is a pedestrian corridor. This is going to be a highly walked pedestrian corridor, especially as Lift 1A comes into play. It is part of the mountain-based village. I do think that for a pedestrian scale, there, you know, the land use code has set in stone 42 inches, especially when it is between a street and a structure. It is not recessed, you know, behind the front facade of the building, so that is why that 42 inches in play. Staff does feel that, you know, there is the spa and the pool sort of in the courtyard. We feel that, you know, 48 inches could be appropriate to add a little extra protection. But, you know, when one is walking down the street or walking towards, you know, the new Lift 1A, to think about the pedestrian scale in the context of that area. So I don't know how we want to do this. We were sort of imagining parsing it out. We could sort of talk about the fence right now, and as that is sort of a separate component to this, and then I can take it over to Kevin, and he can go through the growth management and temporary use component, and sort of do that as a separate component. So we could either do it, make a decision on the fence height now, or we could wait till afterwards. We just weren't sure if it would be too confusing trying to go back to the fences once the growth management stuff was back on the table. So it's up to you, Mayor Torian, how you'd like to move forward with this.
Thank you so much. Is that all presentations from both staff and applicant?
For the fence.
For the fence.
If you'd like to proceed with the growth management and temporary use, I can hand it over to Kevin to continue the presentation.
What we're asking for right now is if council is interested in conducting a sort of a straw poll on the fence topic before we move into the
So I'm going to open public hearing for all these items
Sure.
at once.
Okay.
So I don't want to reopen it, so I just want to do it once.
Great.
Sounds
We'll move
good.
on then.
Just to clarify what we have on the screen here, option A, option B is consistent with what's represented in the memo. I'm going to go over two different ordinances that are proposed that one is reflected in the memo, which is what staff's recommending, and the other one is this red line version that we've been talking about. That was submitted to us after the packet was uploaded, and so we didn't have a chance to call it out in the memo. So I apologize for the confusion, but option A and option B, as shown in the memo and on the screen, are simply reflecting the differences between the fence height. So option A reflects what the applicant wants, which is a fence height up to 10 feet. Option B reflects staff's recommendation is the minimum required to meet building code. I'm going to go into this next part. I'm going to discuss the red line ordinance, which again is not reflected in the memo. Okay. So temp use, the temporary structures, there's three locations on site that are proposed. They're each proposed for 150 days per year. The right side of this table shows the dimensions of these. They add up to 2,500 square feet cumulatively. Again, they're requesting to amend the PD in order to memorialize these as part of the PD. So each year they want to put these up, they can come back and seek a permit and not have to come back to council. So I won't go into, before I get into the growth management, I'm not going to go into commercial design review because I did that for the last temp use that we did. It's all the same. These are hidden from the prominent walls of the resort. Same exact thought process goes into that. I want to focus on growth management because that's where we have differences with the applicant. So the applicant's exercising a unique section of our code, which council members might not be familiar with, which is what we call employee generation review. So this is basically a provision of the code that says if you feel like the formulas that are in our code that prescribe how much mitigation is required does not reflect what is actually going to happen on the ground, you can come forward with a sort of unique request and it be sort of at council's discretion to approve that request. So that's what we're talking about right now. To determine whether or not the request is met, the following criteria are considered. So the first is the expected employee generation of the use, considering the employment generation pattern of the use of a similar use within the city or similar resort. So this is what Alan showed, 1988 PUD agreement. It was agreed that 331 FTEs would be generated from the lodge operations. At that time, in the 1980s, we had a requirement that 60% of employees had to be mitigated. So 60% of 331 is 198.5. Alan discussed all the different housing that is scattered throughout town where that mitigation has been met. He provided an audit to us as part of this application showing that the total of 330.6 FTEs are currently employed, which is just below what was contemplated in the 1980s. Excuse me. Now, council probably saw staff's recommendation to provide some level of mitigation for this request. And here's the logic we have. What the applicant has done as far as mitigation goes is great. They've met their mitigation. We acknowledge that. What they've done is met mitigation for existing development. What they're proposing is new development. That's the difference here. Now, what we acknowledge also, in addition to that, is that these tents are not consistent. They're not the same as building a permanent structure, right? These are only going to be up for about 1/3 of the year, 150 days a year. So we do not think they should be on the hook for the mitigation generally associated with new construction. So we acknowledge that there's some nuance in that. And so what we have proposed here is to follow the code that's always applied to seasonal and temporary structures, which is where this FTE calculation comes in. Now, the code has an exemption, and this is where the differences lie between the red line version in your packet and between what staff is proposing. I'm going to just briefly go over the differences. I'm not going to do it verbatim, but I'm going to generally describe what we're talking about here. So the land use code has a 14-day exemption from affordable housing mitigation for all structures. So if a restaurant wants to put up a structure for 14 days, they don't pay any mitigation. They don't have to go to council. We just approve it. If they put it up for 150 days, they do have to pay mitigation, but they only pay for 136 days, 150 minus 14. So that's what the code allows. Staff's proposal is that the 14-day exemption applies to one structure per property. That's how we've applied the code in the past. The applicant, as part of the red line version, is applying the 14-day exemption to all structures. Now, what does that actually mean? It's not a huge difference in numbers here. So I did the calculations before this meeting. It's roughly $33,800 per year for all the structures. If they did the applicant's way, it'd be $31,000. So that's a difference of $60,000 over 30 years. That's not a big number. So again, I'm putting that out there for council to consider. That's one of the differences. The next difference is related to future audits. So here's a quote from staff's proposal. Mitigation is assessed for 65% of the number in excess of 331. Applicant is proposing 60%. Now, this is for council to decide how to move forward. Staff's logic for the 65% is that is what the current code requires. We are undergoing a PD amendment. I understand what the original PD said, but we are amending the PD, so this is an opportunity to bring it up to current code. We're not requiring them to go back and re-mitigate anything. We're simply saying if anything is above 331, they're on the hook for that 5% delta. One thing to keep in mind is the applicant has shown 2 audits over the last 30, 40 years. They both coincidentally happen to fall on unique times in history. The first one was 2009, 2010. We were at the peak of a recession. I don't have any idea if the St. Regis laid people off at that time, but that is something to keep in mind. The second audit was conducted during 2022 and 2023. I think that was right, or 2021, 2022. Same exact time when we don't have enough employees because there's not enough housing. Keep those 2 things in mind. I'm just going to mention that just for council to consider. Again, we're not here to be adversarial, but we want to provide the context, and that's the context here.
May I respond?
Not right now.
Second part of staff's proposal, affordable housing mitigation is based on requirements and fee in lieu at the time of permit. Applicant's proposal, affordable housing mitigation locks in today's code and increases annually by a greater of 3% or CPI, whichever is greater here. We appreciate what the applicant has come up with. And again, this is for council's consideration. Staff's logic behind keeping it consistent with the fee in lieu at the time of permit is because things change. We might update this code, and if we did that and we went with the applicant's proposal, they would be locked in and they would be buffered from any sort of code changes or code updates. Again, this is council's prerogative to decide how to go about this, but locking this in does set that sort of a precedent moving forward, and that is sort of where staff is coming from on this topic. So with that, there are a lot of things to consider here. If this is just a broad recommendation of approving everything, again, staff is recommending nuanced things here. After the public comment time, we recommend that council break this conversation down into 2 sections. The first is about the fence variation, and the second is about the staff differences between employee generation and what the applicant proposes. So I apologize again for the confusion. Again, we tried to piece this together last minute, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
It's all good. There's no need to apologize. Ordinance 18 has several different pieces in it, very different in nature, so they're all going to take some explanation. First of all, to those members of the audience that are here for other items, we will be taking a dinner break after this. So if you want to get a jump on that, you're welcome to leave, and we'll be back When we're done with this, we will take a 30-minute break for dinner, and then we'll come back for the rest of our agenda. The second thing, is there any immediate questions from council members before I open the public hearing? Thank you. With that, this is a public hearing on ordinance number 18. Are there members of the public that wish to comment at this time? Looking online and in the room? Yes. Come on up. And you can come right over here to the side table. Please use the second microphone in. And there's a chair back there as well. If you'll introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Nicole Vandeboom, and I'm from Aspen Bear Alliance. Mayor Tory, I think we were emailing earlier today. I just wanted to say that Aspen Bear Alliance is in favor of option A for the fencing. This is a proactive measure, and it's not lost on us that had the gate been high enough, the Bruin possibly would have moved on, still be alive today, and the security guard wouldn't be recovering from his injuries. Overall, I think Aspen probably could be better at proactive measures with coexisting with our bears, and just improving our structures in general is probably number one on my list. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Other members of the public here tonight to comment on ordinance number 18?
Tori, would you like me to speak in this forum?
No.
So I can give a public comment?
You're not part of the public, you're part of the applicant's team.
I need to respond to what Mr. Reyes said.
It'll come up in a second.
Okay.
Thanks. Seeing no other members of the public, we'll bring it back to council table. Okay. I'll start off. I want to start off with the structures. You know, when this came to the council table that I sat at last, I think a couple of years perhaps, we had concern around some of these structures, not all of them. The one in particular was the dome that I think was being used for additional retail area. Is that the planned intention of that dome this time?
No, it's not. So
What is it used for
the
this time?
staff has been very clear that a retail use, an independent retail use like that is a conditional use in the zone district and not a permitted use. The ordinance very clearly says we're only getting approved for permitted uses in the zone district. A permitted use in the zone district would be food service by the hotel or meeting or event by the hotel in that space. So our expectation that it will be used for a banquet type space or, you know, a large group that wanted to do its own dining, but there's no cooking facilities in there. There's no utilities or any of those things. So it would have to be serviced out of the hotel. In other words, it would always be accessory to the hotel. So we understand that if we were ever to want to do a retail operation there again, we would need to come back to the city and apply for a conditional use. And that is not part of this application, and we have no expectation of doing that right now. So, no, it is not a retail use, and we understood the council's concern about that, and that's not what is being proposed here.
Thank you. When it comes to these structures, obviously, energy use, gas use in this was the focus for a lot of the discussion. Is the representation here that these will be moving to electric heat in the next 12 months?
Well, we're moving to electric heat, I believe, Brian, this winter. So the reason that they're upgrading the receptacles right now is so that they have the ability to use electric, and they have purchased electric heaters. So we are intending to move the gas heaters out of operation and move the electric heaters into operation. And I believe on a call this afternoon, I heard the representative for the Snow Lodge indicate that they too were moving in that same direction for this winter. So this is not something in the future, Tori. This is now, And next year, we expect to bring the solar panels online in 2024. So the staff's requirements that these things happen coincidentally at the same time as these approvals, those conditions are fine for us. We want to do this as quickly as possible.
Okay. Then I have two questions or concerns around the memorializing of 150 days per year and with no sunset. I was very appreciative last time that you were in and you were able to accommodate the least amount of time as possible. And I even suggested that we extend that a bit for you. But now we're looking at 150 days, unamended, that's 5 months. And the request is to not revisit this on any timeline. I'm concerned about those. Can you address those for me?
Well, the purpose of this application was to try to permanize these. So the idea was not to be back in the temporary use process or not back into some time-oriented process for these. The 150 days is not a magic number. We were thinking about the number of days in the season. So December, January, February, March, 4 months equals 121 days. I've done that math repeatedly. My assumption is that these facilities, historically, the St. Regis has started erecting them sometime before Thanksgiving, and it takes some number of days to get them erected. So I wanted to give them some flex, some additional days on that side to be able to get them up for what is normally the last week of November. So, frankly, we only need 7 or 8 days typically in November to operate. April's kind of a hit and miss, and I don't know if these facilities will actually operate very much in April, but I tried to match as close as I could to the timing of the ski season. So 150 is not magical. I suspect that 135 or 140 would cover the operating period. Kim is nodding at me. I cannot imagine that the facilities are going to actually operate for 150 days a year, but I know that in the past, the city staff has required these permits from the day that you start erecting until the day that they are removed. And so I gave some flexibility, but we're looking at really December, January, February, March is when these things are active, and that's about 121 days.
And if I may add to this.
Stefan Debates on behalf of the owner.
Yeah. If I may add to this, because the structure that was of concern, which is, let's call it the dome, is now going to be repurposed as a special event or food and beverage for private buyout, it's obvious that we're not going to staff it or heat it if there's no business. So even so the structure will be there, you don't have the impact that could have been of concern by the gentleman around the table here. So I just wanted to reinforce that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you're really looking for somewhere between 121 and 150 days. And then as far as a non-sunset, I don't know. I'll leave that for other council members. So, I'll say again, like this is on your property. These are concealed on many sides. I don't have a whole bunch of problem with the tents. It's not just about the tents. It's just about equity of built space versus temporary structure. That's really what this comes down to for me. I'll leave others to support their angle. Let's see, those are my questions on that. Other counselors, to give you an opportunity, do you have questions, clarifications, items that you need revisited? I was asking council members. That's okay.
Yeah, my concern is with the retiring deed restrictions on workforce housing that was for mitigation and going from 198.6 or 0.5 and losing those deed restrictions in the future, that when mitigation is required, it's supposed to be mitigation not for a period of time and then disappearing. So I want to make sure that the full 198.5 or 6 FTE mitigation is into the future, not just for the next 12 years or something.
Kevin first, please.
Just to clarify, the reason we included the history about and the sort of future of those deed restrictions is just to provide context of what occurred in the past. But I don't want to confuse the issue, and I want to make it clear that there's not a lot that council can do in the situation to retroactively require the applicant to amend those deed restrictions and require them to be in perpetuity. That was what was agreed upon and the time of when the PD was approved. And so we, in this instance, have to acknowledge that the mitigation was met. And, depending on what happens with those deed restrictions, the St. Regis, I don't even think owns those properties anymore that they deed restricted. They're still housing APSHA qualified tenants and all that, but unfortunately, I would encourage council to focus on the impact of what is happening from these temporary structures and not what was previously mitigated. I just provided that just to paint the whole picture of what the scene is here, but I would advise against trying to retroactively get the St. Regis to amend those, because there's not a lot that we can do.
Kevin, I just want to have clarity on this, is that when this was originally approved in the 80s, that the workforce housing mitigation was only for a set period of time, not in perpetuity?
That's correct, yeah. It's a product of state law at the time. I think it was the law of perpetuity that basically said you can't approve something like a deed restriction in forever. And so you had to attach it, I believe you had to attach it to the life of a person who was on the council. And the state law has since been changed, but that's basically what happened.
There were many varieties of that language used. I think the language that Kevin's referring to is pretty commonly used in the county, and I think you find that in places like Centennial. In the case of these units, the deed restrictions themselves and the PUD agreement very explicitly state that the deed restrictions are for a period of 50 years from the date that they were signed. The two for Alpena House and Copper Horse were signed in 1985 when the original PUD was approved. The one for Ute City Place was actually signed in 1988 when Ute City Place was built. So the expiration is anywhere from 12 to 15 years out, and many things can happen between now and then.
Yeah, thanks for that clarity. I was basing my assumptions on that currently workforce housing mitigation is in perpetuity, I believe, and that there were different laws in effect at that time. So the retiring deed restrictions is more of a red herring for me. So thank you for the clarity. And as far as the fences are concerned, I have a problem with doing one-offs, but I'm concerned for safety, and I would like to see, Alan, you showed a lot of existing fencing in the area that probably isn't compliant with what the code is now. So I would like to see the code changed to reflect what is safe, and I certainly don't want to see bears falling to their death or making their way in, and it's a public safety issue for me. I do have, I'm really concerned about making approving a variance here where a month or so ago, we denied one in a residential area. So I like consistency, and so I would, if we do this, I would like to see that we change the building code in the future that would reflect what we're approving here.
Yeah, and I will make note, the staff option B was based on the building code. So the land use code prescribes a 42-inch fence. And again, some of the fences that Alan was showing, you have to remember this is between a street and a structure and is not recessed behind the front facade of that building. So that is to be considered too, that, you know, you may not have been right on the walkway in some of those imageries, but the recommendation of 48 inches is based on the current building code.
Yeah, so it's more of a procedural thing that I don't want to deny it in one case and approve it in another, so I'd rather go back and get it so that it's safe for all parties. Yeah, and the last, what was it, resolution 158 was for 40 days for special use, and now we're looking at 150 days as an amendment to the PD. So this is 150, 121, whatever, but it's a 375% increase as to what the 40-day was previously.
Well, and that's why we're not in the temporary use process. I think that the council made that fairly clear last year in saying something that's up from the beginning of the winter season till the end of the winter season is not a temporary use. It's a seasonal use, and it ought to be treated differently than temporary uses. And so we're trying to approach it the way you would approach anything else in the plan development process, by looking at all of its impacts and trying to mitigate those.
And then, I guess, Kevin, this is a question for you. Do we have a precedent for, it was mitigated at 60% previously, and we're looking at doing a 65% by what the current code is, or the current mitigation is. Do we have any other structures you can think of that were built previous in a 60 and now it's 65, and the 65% was applied to the new?
So a good question. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. And, you know, this is sort of a unique situation with the St. Regis coming in seeking this PD amendment. I don't think we've ever had applicant go through this process in this way. And this is, you know, staff encouraged the St. Regis to do this because we believe that these structures are consistent with the type of uses in the Lodge Zone District, and the fact that it's a PD allowed them to go through this process. So we're fairly agnostic about the number of days that these are up. That's, you know, at council's discretion, but where we're coming from is, you know, because these are essentially in perpetuity, or there's no sunset, we just want to make sure that we get it right at this time at the approval. So that's sort of where staff's coming from. But we want to help the St. Regis be successful, and you know, this will help them streamline operations. It will, you know, remove the unpredictability that comes each year that they have to come back to council. And so, you know, we acknowledge that, and it's going to be a huge benefit for them, but we do want to make sure that we are thoughtful about it at this time because of how long this is, you know, the precedent. And once they redevelop is essentially when this topic would be revisited.
If I may answer your question about the 40 days. The 40 days is for the big structure. So that remained 40 days until 2028.
200 foot.
Yeah, for the large one. The rest, we got the approval for 150 days or 140 days last year. So there was no significant increase.
Okay.
Sam, questions at this time?
No, I'd just like to voice my support for the applicant. I think they made a very great presentation, and I would grant them the fence variance. I would grant them the.
I'll come back to them item by item.
Yeah, okay.
Because I won't keep track of it all, but hold those thoughts, because I'm going to come back to it item by item. John, questions at this time?
No questions.
Bill, questions at this time?
Can I make a motion?
Not yet. Or you could, but you're gonna waste 10 minutes of our time. Chris, you wanted to address something?
If you don't mind.
Come on.
I just wanted to point out, some incorrect statements. Sorry. I wanted to point out some incorrect statements, from Mr. Reyes's, presentation doing the, option A versus option B. The audit that was done in the 2022-2023 year did account for these three structures. And I believe he said they did not, and so I wanted to be clear about that so that you're weighing the right thing when you look at the red line. I also wanted to point out that there is, in my red line, a proposal that we've incorporated in there where there would be something that we define as the 2-year audit to confirm what he raised as his concerns about the 2022-2023 audit. We have represented in the red line that we would come back in 2 years and do yet another audit to confirm the numbers that have been reflected. And if that does go over the 331 FTEs that are in the deed restriction, we would then account for that. Is what we have said is because we are under the 331 FTEs that are part of the deed restriction and part of the PD approval from 1988, even though we don't think we have to mitigate at all, what we've done as a sign of compromise and good faith here is agree to pay a fee in lieu every year with an escalator of 3% per annum or chained to CPI, whichever is greater. That's a benefit to the city because that is money that you would be getting, whereas if we fall under the 331, you don't get any of those payments because we have no duty to mitigate. So that is I think one of the most attractive features of the red line, and also as that plays into the option A that we've already heard members of the public support. So I just wanted to clear that up and make sure that everyone was on the same page about those facts.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go through these so that we can get a motion ready, because I think there's a lot of points that are up for debate or vote here. Correct me when I miss one. You ready?
One last point of
Sure.
clarity that may or may not matter is those 200 square foot structures are open-sided, they're unheated, they're just for coverage in and out of the building. So technically, being 200 square foot, they wouldn't even need permits. It's the fact that they're kind of attached to that larger tent is the reason that they're even coming before the council.
Okay. All right. Let's start with the structures. Council members, what I'm hearing is that there is support for the allowance of the structures. I want to know if anybody has issue with the 150 days, and does anybody have issue with no sunset date on the permitting? I am looking at the calendar dates here. They're talking about getting it up before Thanksgiving, which means that that's really mid-November. Mid-November till April 1st is 4.5 months. Mid-November to mid-April, full ski season, if you will, is the 150 days. So, does anybody care? Does anybody need that as a discussion item? Are you comfortable with 150 days?
Good with it.
Okay, the sunset, are you comfortable with doing this in perpetuity, if you will? Nothing's forever, but, or do you seek a 5-year sunset to be revisited by a future council?
Perpetuity is good with me.
I do have reservations about in perpetuity. Not saying I'm
Kevin, sorry, John, but he's got to clarify.
I'm sorry to interrupt. One thing that the applicant team in their red line version did add that could be of consideration would be they put a 30-year sunset or when the property redevelops, one or the other, sort of whatever comes first kind of thing. So that was proposed. That is not in the staff proposal, but they had that in their red line version.
That's because the temporary use formula basically amortizes the cost of the housing that you pay over a 30-year period. And so I think we picked up on that 30-year. So there is a sunset on the tents of 30 years, which presumably is the life of a tent.
All right. So for me, I'm just always cautious about committing council in this city to things that are way beyond not just my tenure, but the times that exist currently. I don't mind this 30-year, but my concern with it is that in 10 years from now, St. Regis will be back here asking to expand on this program. Because in 10 years from now, whole new people are sitting here and St. Regis comes in and says, hey, 10 years ago we got this approval and so we just want to up it by a little bit more. And you can see by the council 10 years ago that it was okay, so this little bit's probably okay too. That would be my concern here, right? Mission creep, if you will. So I'll wait till we get a motion or more discussion from other council members, but right now we're talking about a 30-year time limit and we'll stick with the 150 days. All right. There is a discrepancy between the exemption of 14 days. In the red line, it is considered as one application, one structure, if you will, for 14 days. Staff recommends this being applied structure by structure, if you will. Is that one way to say it?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm for this and the next two items as for going with code. So if staff's interpretation of code is that this is applied per structure, then I would support that going forward in the language.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify.
Yep.
When you say per structure, what we recommend is that it's applied to one structure per property. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. I think that's what you said, but just rephrasing it slightly different.
I'm sorry. Yes, I have it. I said it wrong, but I have it written here correctly. One structure, not all of them.
One structure per property.
Yeah. Other council members, again, I'm just going by code. If code is describing it as one structure, that's where I would stay with it.
I would go with what the applicant has said. I believe they've made a compelling argument as to why they're a special case for their litigation. And then also, I mean, we literally just had a bear die last week because a fence was not in place, and I think it would be the right thing to do to put a fence there. If we don't grant a variance for this, I don't know when we ever would.
I'm not talking about the fencing.
I thought you said for both things coming up, so.
Yeah, the others are the mitigation percentage of 65 and 60%, and then the other one is the fee in lieu at time of permit versus a CPI or fixed escalator. So first, I'm just talking about the 14-day exemption. I understand you're along the red line version. You're completely aligned with the red line version. Okay, John and Ward, input.
I have concerns about the affordable housing mitigation being locked in. I think it goes along with what you were saying. There's going to be a completely different group of people sitting here in 4 or 5 years, and I don't want them to be locked into something that we decided.
I appreciate that. Again, mine is just to continue with code as it is. And I appreciate the applicant's effort to lock in a 3% escalator, but I don't see a need to go away from what code is. Ward, we're talking about the fee in lieu at permit or CPI 3% escalator. Do you have a preference there?
I would go with the code.
All right. Kevin, for your notes, we're talking about that at permit.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The other one is the housing mitigation. Staff recommendation is 65%, which is what code currently is. Red line version refers to the 60%, which was at time of build, I believe. again, I'm sticking with codes. Code's 65%, that's where I am. Ward or?
But what is important to remember, when the original PUD was approved, there is I think there's 2 paragraphs that says any further amendment to this PUD will be under the rule of 1988, which is why we go back to the 60%, because that was part of the contract between ownership and the city. Yeah, I mean, I'm not
And I
a
can
lawyer,
read you
but-
the paragraph that Stefan is referring to.
I'll take the paragraph.
It's in the PUD agreement. So it says this agreement, this is, the name of the section is applicable law, and this is in the PUD agreement. And it's in effect the vested rights provision that they wrote in 1988. It says this agreement shall be subject to and construed in accordance with the laws of the state of Colorado and the municipal code of the city of Aspen. Simple enough. However, inasmuch as review of the plan unit development amendment contemplated herein was initiated prior to May 25th, 1988, the effective date of substantial revisions to Chapter 24 of the municipal code. That was the big rewrite of the code that was done in 1988 that somebody I met somewhere along the line did. All reference herein to the municipal code or to particular sections thereof shall be deemed to refer to the code or, as the case may be, to sections thereof in effect on May 24th, 1988, except to the extent that subsequent changes to the municipal code or to sections thereof have herein been made expressly applicable to the first amended PUD or to the performance of owner's obligations.
Jim,
That
how do you?
65% has not been made specifically applicable in its adoption to this project.
Right, and as a legal,
Jim,
do you want me to share that with you?
I actually have read this and,
Oh,
but didn't have it in front of me.
it's such a fun one.
I don't think I agree with their interpretation of this language. They're looking at something that is, that was adopted in 1988.
It's 88,
There it
yeah.
is. And it's addressing what was in effect at that time, but we're amending the PD. And that's what's being proposed, is to actually amend this PD. And I don't think the intent of this language was to say, if you amend this PD, you're stuck with the code in 1988. I just disagree with that evaluation.
Jim, as a matter of law, I think the 1988 PUD agreement states that the obligations and commitments of the parties to that agreement survive despite subsequent city legislation that may be inconsistent with those provisions. And to the extent this is a minor amendment to the PD, I think you still have to go with what the PD says and was recorded in 1988.
Kevin, did you have input on that?
Yeah, the way planning staff has interpreted this is that we are being consistent with that original approval. We're not asking to go retroactively mitigate these deed restrictions that are expiring. We acknowledge that they met their mitigation requirements. They have done 331, they had 331 FTEs and they mitigated for 60% of that. And we're not arguing against that. What we're talking about here is new development. This is not contemplated in the original PD, and that is why we believe that we are not falling short of what that language says.
And that begs the question that this still falls below the 331 FTE metric, so no mitigation is required.
Well, we disagree with that. The argument is that this is a new use, and that therefore, if you're looking at the 331 as applying to that PUD, there's a new use and an amended PD. And therefore, our position has been that the 331 is not the, I mean, it's just a disagreement and interpretation of the statute and the effect of an amendment, even a minor amendment for a planned development when you're proposing new uses. And therefore, the mitigation that's required is outside of that 331. Now, I understand Chris's argument completely, and I think it's well taken. However, we can disagree, and we do disagree, and that's the position of of ComDev staff, is that this new use is mitigated outside of that. And that is what is being proposed here. And the differences from the compromise that, that the applicant has submitted versus, and considered as a compromise versus what we are suggesting, which is what the code requires and will require in the future, is relatively minor. And I think this is more of an academic discussion than it is a realistic discussion. What we're talking about here is applying the code to this minor amendment as it exists now. And I do not believe this language ties us to the 1988 code. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
And that's fine. I think the whole purpose of our proposed compromise that we gave to staff last Thursday and that we had a conference call with Mr. True and Ms. Johnson about was to skip all this relatively academic debate and say, hey, here's a compromise. Let's pay you a fixed fee in lieu that increases over time, but that we can plan for so that we know what it is instead of having to come back every year and say, okay, let's do another audit. And then if we're below, there's no mitigation, the city gets no mitigation. Or if there's more, then we have to do mitigation that we didn't plan for. This is a compromise that we think makes a lot of sense so that we can avoid these relatively esoteric legal arguments and get something that allows this ordinance to get passed, gives the applicant what it wants, and has a material benefit to the city in knowing that they're going to be getting a fee in lieu every year. That's what we thought the attractiveness of the compromise was, and that's what's reflected in the red line.
Thanks for that.
And just to follow up, I understand the point. I do clearly understand the point, but the community development staff and the attorney's office does recognize that there are circumstances here in which there is more flexibility that is appropriately built in under the ordinance as written and proposed by ComDev staff.
Thanks. Again, I'm looking, Ward and John. Red line version, 60%.
When we're talking red line version, we talking the that's on pages
No.
3, 4, but something that we don't see.
Correct.
You don't see the red lines, you see the
text came out.
It's in the representation that's, the area we're talking about is page 235.
No, it's actually 133 through 137.
Yeah, it's in it showed up in Resolution 158 packet materials.
Chris, what did you say that page was?
It starts at page 133, Ward, and it ends on 137.
I knew I'd seen that before.
Okay.
And one key part of the red line version is that table at the end, which sets forth what their proposed compromise mitigation is. And as Kevin explained earlier, the difference in that is, what, $2,000 a year? Is that right?
Today. And you're right, Jim. The last page, the formula calculation is really what this is all about.
Okay.
And today, there's not a big difference between the red line version and what the code says. And that's why in my presentation I said, really what this is all about is trying to have predictability in the future.
Understood.
And if we could adopt the 3% or CPI limit, that would give Stefan and his group that predictability in the future. And the rest of this, I agree with everybody, is just an academic exercise talking about a couple of $1,000s here and there that isn't worth all of our breath. The issue in a nutshell is that we really are concerned if the city were to completely revise the temporary use regulations and suddenly impose a fee that is like your fees that apply to stick-built buildings, we could be paying 10 times 30,000, 20 times. We don't know. And we can't budget like that, and we can't operate like that.
Okay.
That's the one area of consideration that we're really asking for.
Okay.
If there's any compromise here, that would be the one, and throw the rest of it out.
Okay,
Throw the rest of it out.
thanks.
And for the record, Alan's referring to page 137.
I want to move on to the, let's see, that was structures, housing, fencing. Any concerns on any of the proposed fencing?
Give him the fence.
I just want to circle back on that Exhibit A and 137 of our packet. I can agree with, I think that the applicant has made some, has gone quite a ways to mitigate for electricity, and I would accept this as a good faith negotiation and compromise.
Okay. John, you okay there?
Yes.
All right. And no objections to questions or objections to fencing? All right. Sounds like it is all alignable with the version that is the red line. If council wants to go that direction?
Can I make the motion?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's anything that falls outside of it.
Jim, I'm going to make the motion for option A to start with, and does that automatically include the redlined agreement, or do I need to separately reference that?
The red line agreement is in the packet. It is in the wrong section of the packet, but it is in the packet.
It's under 158.
Designated as ordinance.
No, I know where it is, but.
Ordinance 18. I don't have page numbers, and Chris has always referred to them as Bates numbers, but that's a legal term. We just do page numbers. I don't have the page number for it. But my recommendation would be is that you, your motion adopt the ordinance 18 that begins at page number whatever it is.
133 through 137 of the packet.
If that's correct, and I'm not doubting, I just don't have it in front of me.
That's
the
correct.
entire ordinance 18?
Yes.
That is correct, with Exhibit A appended there too.
Yes.
Thank you. I move to approve the version of ordinance 18.
Hold on. Are you guys, did you have a question about that?
I'm asking Kevin to make sure that any corrections that he may have made are reflected in here.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm reading through the draft ordinance, and if council wants to make a motion to adopt that, just a point of clarity, that does reflect a height variation for the fence.
Yes.
Of up to 10 feet. I know council's focused on the mitigation in that, but this also does reflect the applicant's request for the 10-foot variation, so make sure that's clear.
Correct. That's what I referenced, option A. Thanks, Kevin. I move to approve the version of ordinance 18 series of 2023 in pages 133 through 137 of tonight's packet for an amendment to a plan development for project review, growth management review, and commercial design review, allowing the PD to accommodate temporary structures, the installation of renewable energy equipment, and a fence height variation of up to 10 feet at the St. Regis Resort at 315 East Dean Street, subject to the conditions listed in the ordinance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 18 as moved?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Thanks so much for working with us.
Thanks for taking your time through that. That was
Thank
a
you.
lot in one application,
lot of
one
stuff.
ordinance.
Yeah, we tried really hard not to have to come to you 3 separate times, but it made it a mouthful. This
Yeah.
originally started as 3 applications, and we consolidated them, so thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you for working with us.
All right, we are going to take a 25-minute recess. We'll be back at 9 p.m. So Ward can go grab his hat. Hi, everybody here. Oh, good to hear. Welcome back, everybody. We are still at the City Council regular meeting for October 30th, and we just had our dinner break, and we're coming back. On our agenda, we are on to our action items, and we're going to mix these up a little bit. We're going to take some of the later rezos ahead of some of the staff rezos to accommodate some members of the public that are here with us and applicants. So I think that brings us down to 159. Perhaps resolution number 159. Or 65 first. What do you like? 159, where are you?
159's here.
Yeah, 159 is present at
Let's go.
the table. Mayor, I've been asked to introduce this by staff because this is an appeal, so you're acting as an appellant review board in this scenario. This is an appeal of an interpretation the Community Development Director issued on June 21st of 2023 concerning applicable sections of the Land Use Code, specifically definitions and GMQS provisions. At issue in this case is whether two duplexes on one parcel containing 4 residential units is subject to the requirements of the single-family and duplex redevelopment demolition standards, or is a multifamily housing, qualifies as multifamily housing subject to residential multifamily demolition and redevelopment requirements. Those two, whether or not it's single-family or multifamily, has bearing on things such as mitigation. In this particular instance, staff found that 4 legally established residential dwelling units on one parcel qualifies as a fourplex, regardless of the fact that they're in duplexes. That was the interpretation. This interpretation has been appealed to you. Your standard of review is set forth in the Land Use Code at section 26.316.030. You have to base your decision on the record that was before the Community Development Director. That's in your packet. And in this case, that specifically is the Land Use Code. The interpretation itself, you may also take arguments from both the applicant in this case, or the appellant, and if you do so, I would suggest that you also allow staff an opportunity to present arguments on the relevant topics. I was going to kind of do a review of your standard of review. Pursuant to the code, you may reverse or modify a decision or affirm a decision, but you should not reverse or modify unless there is a finding that there was a denial of due process or that the Community Development Director exceeded his jurisdiction or abused his discretion. Those terms have legal meanings, and we've been before you several times where we've defined those legal meanings. They're also described for you because court cases have given context to what those terms mean: abuse of discretion, exceeding one's jurisdiction. And I can go into more detail. I can provide guidance on what those terms are and what the standard of review is if you want that guidance, but I would note it's in staff's memo, and it's also before you in several other memos for the 2 other items that are appeals in your packet. But if you want more information about that, I'm happy to provide it. Mr. True, obviously, as your legal counsel, can also provide that. There is a resolution in your packet affirming the interpretation, and there's also one reversing the interpretation.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would it be okay if I share my screen, please?
Please do.
Mr. Mayor and Council, for the record, Ben Anderson with Community Development. Sitting here is Chris Bennett of Bennett Adams LLC, representing the applicant and the owner of the property. As Ms. Johnson said, this is an appeal of an interpretation that Community Development issued. I was the author of the interpretation. I'm also serving as acting Community Development Director this evening in Mr. Sapino's absence. so can answer anything from either of those perspectives. But I would, just in terms of the way that we're going to handle this, Chris and his slides and his discussion are first, and then I don't have too much for you, but if we need to talk or bring any clarity to the kind of circumstances that got us here, I'll be happy to talk about that and answer any questions about either the interpretation or the nature of the appeal. So with that, I'll turn things over to Chris.
Great, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thanks for rearranging the schedule as well. Certainly appreciate it. We do have a body of evidence to get through. I'll make it as brief as possible, but do bear with me. Here, on behalf of the Pauline M. Mayer Family Limited Partnership, the two folks sitting here to my right, Nikki Hennings, who is a member of the Mayer family, and Mark Mayer, who's the manager of the limited partnership. I want to make sure that our presentation today in the slide deck is part of the record. So this is the property here. It's in the Oklahoma Flats neighborhood. A lot of you are probably very familiar with this neighborhood. There are two structures there, duplex units as we call them. Each building has 2 units in it. The buildings are not connected at all. You see the pictures of the units there on the right. I want to provide a little bit of history in this area. This area was annexed into the city, was not part of the original platting of the city. As you know, there's a long mining history in Aspen. These lands were part of what was called the Lux Placer, L-U-X, Placer. A placer was an area that was basically a mining claim. They're kind of interesting, the research, because they all have presidential signatures on them. The Lux Placer was originally filed as the Oklahoma Flats addition, although it wasn't technically an addition into the city for much later. It was filed in August 13 of 1946. After the recording, you can see the parcels here. I think I got it. This was originally parcels 1, 2, and 3 of that filing, and then after the recording, scratched into the map was some additional lots that were sort of off property and a renumbering, and then the lots were renumbered 1 through 7. The properties we're talking about are numbered 1 through 6. The areas north of the Lux Placer there were owned by, J.R. Williams. You probably recognize that last name, Williams Ranch, and that whole part of town was part of that placer map. A little closer in view, you can see there where the original 1, 2, and 3 were scratched out, and numbers 1 through 7 were scratched into the map. Looks like in pencil, although it's a little blurry, it's hard to tell. A little bit more detail there. You see the area in tan was part of the Lux Placer, and the area in blue was part of the J.R. Williams ownership. Howard and Pauline Mayer bought Lot 6 in 1954, and that started what is now just about to be a 70-year history of the Mayers being in this property. They bought just Lot 6. There's a small cabin there, and the numbering of their purchase, you just use that post-recording map that changed the lot numbering. And they started their family there. They had 5 children. You have 2 sitting in front of you tonight, Mark Mayer and Nikki Mayer Hennings. Also, Larry Mayer, a lot of you probably know Larry, Nanette Mayer Fenn, and those 4 siblings all live in Aspen still. And deceased is the 5th child, Michael Mayer. The Mayers later acquired lots 2 and 3 in 1956 and acquired lots 1, 4, and 5 in 1959. These acquisitions are all by quitclaim deed using this post-recording lot numbering. there were no meets and bounds descriptions of these parcels, meaning there are no survey coordinates, so you can't go track back and say, okay, well, what did they actually buy? They were just referred to this map. It's a little funky when you look at the map. You're like, well, who drew in these extra lots, et cetera. And a lot of transactions were sort of like that in the past by quitclaim deed. And what that means is I may or may not own this property, but I'm going to quit my interest to you, right? So I come to you and I say, I think I own Aspen Mountain, and I'm going to sell it to you. And you say, well, okay, I don't think your interest in Aspen Mountain's all that strong. I'll give you 25 cents. But you give me a piece of paper, and I'll give you a quitclaim deed, and so on. So they're probably a little stronger than that. But Nikki had a sort of interesting observation when I first sat down and talked with her about a comment that she remembers her mom saying about lands of the north of the Lux Placer.
Right. The line of the Lux Placer there that you see is 1/2, 6, 4, and 5. And I remember when I was much smaller, my parents, both of my parents, going through a legal process where they said, they are going to give us that end of the lot if we swap for another piece. So in order to get clear title, they went to Williams and they had their signature, and then that's what made up the rectangle there.
It's not often that I have a client tell me about the Lux Placer, so it really kind of took me aback a little bit. But there's also, so there was a second duplex, so there was the original home there. There was a one-cabin home that was added onto later on. In 1969, the mayors developed what you see there in green. It's a second duplex on the property on Lot 3. And my suspicion is that the ambiguity around the ownership of lands north of the Lux Placer likely steered them to place that house in a way that would not encroach there in case someone came and they had a stronger claim and ended up taking their house. So that's some of the background on the property. In 1977, they acquired more quitclaim deeds from parties that also came forward claiming ownership of the former J.R. Williams properties there. Lee Pardee and Randy Weedham, who did quite a bit of development in the 70s and 80s, and they had an interest in the J.R. Williams holdings and quitclaimed that interest to the mayors. To finally clear up ownership, the mayors went through a 1992 quiet title action, and that is a process where the courts are asked to finalize ownership and decide who the actual true owner is. And so that, in 1992, was a quiet title action in the favor of the mayors to sort of assemble all the lands into one piece. The original home, as I mentioned, was converted into a duplex. It's an over-under duplex. That was converted in 1963. There's a building permit in the file for that. It's in your packet. And then, as I mentioned, the second duplex built in 1969, and there are building permits for that. And the building permit for that property highlighted that the lands that it was sitting on were lots 3, 4, and 5 of the Oklahoma Flats addition, and is described as a duplex in that building permit. This is a closer in of the current survey showing two distinct buildings, 433 North Spring and 445. The buildings are not attached, as you can see there in the pictures and in the survey. The floor plans of the 433 building, you can see there are 2 units. They're over-under units. There's no internal connection, so on the left you see the first floor. You walk in, you got kitchen, bedrooms, bathroom, etc. There's no internal connection. To get to the second floor unit, you walk up a series of outdoor stairs to that exterior porch, and then again, kitchen, bedroom, bathrooms. And this qualifies as a duplex under the city's definition. I'll talk a little bit more about that a little further. Same thing for 445. Again, there are 2 units, they're over-under units. There's no internal connection. On the left there is the main floor. You walk in, and you got kitchen, dining room, bedroom, bathroom. And then upstairs, you walk up a set of exterior stairs, and then kitchen, bedroom, bathrooms, et cetera. So this is also a duplex. This is where I'm going to ask for your forgiveness in advance, because I do have to walk through the definitions that are in the land use code, and this is what staff does on a sort of routine basis, and you end up getting the results, but I have to walk through this. Because the whole issue is whether the city's multifamily housing replacement program applies to this property. And it all hinges on this definition that is in section 26.104.100 regarding the definition of residential multifamily housing. And that definition applies to a dwelling unit which is ever in its history housed a working resident and which is located in a building in one of the following configurations. There's 3 configurations, and I'll go through those. And then excluded from the definition shall be single-family and duplex dwellings, and dwelling units used exclusively as tourist accommodations by non-working residents. So we have no claim to these dwelling units being used exclusively as tourist accommodations or non-working residents, to be very clear. But I do want to walk through how this definition works. The first 2 are actually very easy. And they're sort of in reverse order, but number 3 of those configurations is a unit that is located in a building that is a detached building on a property listed on the historic inventory. We're not historic, so that's a very easy one. The second one is a unit that's in a building that's a mixed-use building. We're not a mixed-use building. So again, very easy, and staff doesn't have any different opinion on those. The next is more difficult, which is residential multifamily housing is a dwelling unit which has, in its history, ever housed a working resident and which is located in a building in this configuration, a multifamily residential building including 3 or more attached or detached dwelling units. So I want to key in on a couple things here. It talks about a dwelling unit, which is a singular term, in a building, which is singular, a multifamily residential building, again, singular. The code provides you with what's called rules of construction, which is not like development construction. It is how you read the code, how you understand terms, how you interpret things, how do you apply what's in the code. And this is in section 26.104.080. And I've highlighted subsection A and subsection G. So A talks about general rules of construction, and this is the first one. And it talks about words and phrases shall be read in the context in which they are written and applied according to their plain terms. Words and phrases that are acquired at technical or particular meaning, whether by ordinance, definition, or otherwise, shall be construed and applied accordingly. So you have a lot of definitions that are in land use code that are adopted by ordinance. All provisions shall be read and considered as a whole in order to ascertain and fulfill the legislative intent of its adoption. So, you know, this paragraph asks you to use common sense, asks you to apply the definitions that have been adopted by ordinance and use plain language to understand the legislative intent behind them. The second is an item that staff had brought up in some of the back and forth, which is how do you use numbers? And staff at one point had suggested that plural means singular and singular means plural, which is not really what this section says. What it does say is a word importing the singular number only may extend and be applied to several persons and things as well as to one person and thing. the use of the plural number shall be deemed to include any single person or thing. So it sounds like a little bit of a word salad. Let me give you an example of what this is trying to say. Because they're not interchangeable. So if you put it out an order for someone to protect the trees on their property, they have a bunch of trees, they are obligated to protect those trees. That obligation applies to the plural, but it also applies to the individual trees, the singular. So that last sentence, the use of the plural number shall be deemed to include any single person or thing. So if you ask someone to protect their trees, they have to protect the individual trees as well. The first sentence, singular, may extend and be applied to several, but it really depends on the circumstance. So if you grant someone a tree removal permit, they have a permit to remove that tree, singular. They don't have a permit to remove all of the trees. So you can understand how it's really the context of what's being discussed, but plural and singular are not interchangeable terms. So next is a definition of multifamily dwelling. And this is very similar to the definition I read before. It starts by saying it's a residential structure, again it's a singular, containing 3 or more attached or detached dwelling units. And I want to give you a little bit of example of how this has been applied in the past to a project that is called 935 King Street. And staff pointed out in the memo for tonight that the units at 935, many of them were bandit units. They were built without permits and therefore were not required to be replaced. But prior to the city understanding that, and prior to frankly, the applicant understanding that, there was a issuance of a certificate of exemption by the city to that landowner and referenced this definition. And the city in that certificate stated, the first sentence of this definition does not apply since there's no single structure on the subject property containing 3 or more attached or detached dwelling units. And the importance of that is that there was a duplex and 2 standalone single-family units. And so the city issued that certificate of exemption, finding that there's no single structure on the property containing 3 or more attached or detached dwelling units. The next thing that's interesting in this definition is the very last sentence. The term multifamily dwelling also includes properties listed on the historic inventory. And the reason that this is important is that there's a difference between the first sentence, which is talking about units within a structure, and the last sentence that is talking about units on a property. And so if you're obligated to use the plain language and you see the intentionality of this language, you understand that this definition applies to a structure containing 3 or more units or to a property that is historic and contains 3 or more units. So if you were to ask yourself, does the program apply to properties with 3 or more units? The answer is yes, but only if it's historic. The next item to point out is that this last part of the definition is a very specific exclusion. Reading, excluded from this definition shall be single-family duplex dwellings and dwelling units used exclusively as tourist accommodations or by non-working residents. First said, we have no claim that we have been used exclusively as tourist accommodations or non-working residents. But we're very clearly duplex dwellings. And if using the rules of construction, you must use the clear language, and this language is pretty clear. It's adopted by ordinance, you're obligated to use it. If the property that you're talking about, the units are within a structure that is a single-family home, this definition does not apply. If the units are in a duplex dwelling, this definition does not apply. So if you ask yourself, does this definition apply? Does it apply to a duplex? The answer is right here. Excluded from this definition shall be single-family and duplex dwellings. So no, a duplex is excluded from this definition. The definition of a duplex, I won't read the whole thing. A residential building on a single lot or parcel comprised of two attached dwelling units in either over-under or side-by-side configuration having common unpierced above-grade wall, and it goes on about how that wall needs to be configured and the size of the units, not one unit not being less than 25% of the total. That's the adopted definition. Again, looking at the floor plans, it's very clear that the units are over-under duplexes. They have a common unpierced floor between them, so they are not internally connected. And they were built with proper permits. So these are duplex units, according to the city's definition. And the city agrees with that. There's multiple citations in your packet where staff is saying that yes, these are duplexes. What staff is attempting to say is that these are also fourplexes. Definition of a fourplex, a multifamily housing project consisting of 4 attached or detached units. Now, I'm not sure project, is that a proposed project? Is that an existing project? Is it a parcel? It is a structure? We don't know. But the plain language says a multifamily housing project consisting of 4 attached or detached units. So it might be a fourplex. But getting back to the definition of residential multifamily housing, this is what you're obligated to use. This is the definition of that term, and it does not include fourplex. You must use the adopted ordinance. You must use the plain language of the definition. You're stuck with this language, and fourplex is not one of the configurations. And again, numbers 2 and 3 are very easy. We're not historic. We're not a mixed-use building. Are we a multifamily residential building, including 3 or more attached or detached residential units? And we're not. We have 2 duplex units. They're not connected to each other. And it's a very clear exemption there that a duplex is excluded from this language. I want to talk about the review criteria. Again, bear with me, but I do need to put this onto the record. So you have 3 standards in front of you. The first is regarding procedural due process. And this standard is really about the fundamental fairness of the code and code changes. And that embodies receiving adequate advance notice and an opportunity to be heard when a city is considering action resulting in change of a property interest. I introduced some discussion in our original submission regarding the multifamily changes to the code in 1990. That's quite some time ago. In 1990, the city adopted provisions for the demolition and replacement of residential uses. And it fell into 2 buckets. For replacement of multifamily residential, you had to provide a certain amount of affordable housing. And for the replacement of single family or duplex, you had to build an accessory dwelling unit when you replace that. Now, there's been a lot of disappointment around the accessory dwelling unit program, but that's the genesis. Ordinance 1 of 1990 changed the playing field for the demolition of residential development. And you had one set of obligations if you were multifamily and another set of obligations if you were single family or duplex. Now the Mayer family, and in particular Nikki, followed a lot of this and contacted the city for them to understand the applicability of these provisions. And that review was with the planning director at the time, the city's zoning officer. Planning director was Amy Marjoram at the time before she was city manager. The zoning officer, Bill Druning, the city attorney, Judd Caswell, and the staff planner who authored those amendments, who was Tom Baker. And they wrote a pretty extensive letter to the mayors describing that they were duplex units. They were not subject to the multifamily replacement requirement. Again, it's 33 years ago. The point that I'm bringing up is that the mayors and the city had a quite extensive conversation about the meaning, the applicability of the code changes that the city was considering. Contrast that with this determination that the property suddenly consists of multifamily housing. It's a fundamental shift in the disposition of the asset that the mayors own. It represents a severe detrimental impact on the value of the mayor property without notice and without the ability for the mayors to come and talk about it with the city. There was no discussion in the adoption of fourplex other than how it would allow for affordable housing to be developed in residential zones like the R6 zone, West End, for example. But it was no reference in any of the memos, staff presentations, any of the outreach. And so we believe this is a fairness issue and a due process issue. Second standard that you have before you is abuse of discretion. And in your in implying an interpretation of the land use code that is inconsistent with the code as written is an abuse of discretion. The residential units on the mayor property are clearly duplex units, and the city has previously confirmed as much, determining that the duplex units on the mayor property should not receive a clearly written duplex exemption because somehow singular means plural and vice versa, is contrary to previous determinations and conflicts with the plain language that clearly exempts duplex units from the replacement requirements. And this, to us, represents an abuse of discretion. The last of the three standards is regarding jurisdiction. And a municipal department exceeds its jurisdiction when it makes a decision or acts in a way that is not consistent with the applicable law. The meaning and effect of the provisions of the land use code rely on terms with specific meaning and specific adopted definitions. I've just gone through those. The director has an obligation and a duty to apply these terms in an objective manner. Through a reading of this definition, residential multifamily demonstrates that duplexes are clearly excluded from the definition, and there is no reference to fourplex. It's just not there. The director at one point attempted to achieve an outcome by referring to the mayor properties as a multifamily lot, which is not a thing, it's not a defined term. We feel the same about fourplex, it's just not part of this definition. And more recently implying that the buildings were built without permits, and they clearly were. The ordinances the director must use do not support the subject property being residential multifamily housing. And trying to come up with some rationale to reclassify the properties as affordable housing, the director's attempt to repurpose the property is beyond the director's jurisdiction. Lastly, second to last, I want to talk about the impact of this change to the mayors. You might be thinking, so what? This sounds like a sort of just a discussion about definitions. What is the actual impact? And there's an immense financial impact on the mayor family, the long-term 70-year family here, stripping away about 95% of the value. We'd asked Craig Morris and Michael Fox, both of Sotheby's International, both highly respected real estate agents and very, very familiar with Aspen market, provided an opinion of value dated November 5th, 2022, shortly.
Excuse me, was this part of the record that was submitted
Yes, it was.
earlier?
Yep, and this opinion of value is, submitted as part of that, appeal. Their pre and post determination, ranges upwards to 20 million and down to, about $1 million. Finding, in part, when one considers the cost of building on this property is roughly equal to or more than the potential capped affordable housing unit sales or rental price today, the buyer would have to be someone other than a for-profit developer. This significantly limits the universe of potential buyers that leaves the city of Aspen or one of the large employers as the only potential buyer of the site. Obviously, this is a pretty significant impact, and I believe, Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had an offer in hand, correct?
We've had two arm's length on a Colorado Real Estate Commission.
Is this part of the record? If it's not part of the record, testimony wouldn't be allowed.
That's fine.
I'd like the mayors to describe in their own words the impact. You've heard from me from quite a bit, but I'd like Nikki first and Mark second to describe the impact this has on you, your siblings, and your family, and then finally I'll come back and wrap this up.
Okay.
The question is this part of the record? The determination that council has to do is based on the record. This is testimony outside of the record, and I will defer to Kate and Ben as to whether this was part of the record, but this is testimony here and would not normally be allowed.
And historically, council's allowed legal argument on these issues before council. This seems to be veering off into more factual evidence that's not part of the record. I obviously don't know what they're going to say. So to the extent it's related to some of the arguments that have been made, it's possible there is a nexus to the record. But again, I think your review is based solely on the record that was before the community development director that was in your packet. And I think this will go outside of that scope if you allow it. I think there's potential for it.
That's fine, we can move on. I will finish with this. This is the definition that you are considering, and our position has 4 points. The mayor buildings are 2 duplexes. 433 is a duplex and 445 is a duplex. They fall squarely in the definition of a duplex, and staff doesn't contest this. Second point, the mayor units were built according to proper permits issued by the city. Permits are included in your material, and staff is no longer contesting this point. Third point, because they are duplexes, they are excluded from the definition of residential multifamily housing. The language is clear, you're looking at it on the screen right now. It's plain, adopted by city ordinance. And the last point, the definition of residential multifamily housing does not apply to fourplex. You're looking at the entirety of the definition before you, does not include the word fourplex. Language just isn't there, and importing fourplex into this definition is at least one of the 3 standards that would support the appeal. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions if you have them, Mr. Mayor, Council. Just for clarification, Nikki does live on property, and her brother Larry also lives on property in a second unit.
Questions at this time? Sam?
In our packet, as the outcome of reversing this interpretation, and Chris, I was wondering, it doesn't seem like staff knows from this packet, if the property continues to be confirmed as a single parcel, staff is unsure how to apply provisions across the land use code. If the interpretation is reversed, the whole process began with a single request. I won't read the rest, but this is the outcome you're looking for, obviously, but it sounds like it ends up with you still being in muddied waters.
Well, I don't think we have such the ambiguity that maybe staff has. What sort of kicked this off is that we applied for a demolition permit for the property. And the staff had reviewed it and come back and said, this is multifamily. That's why we got into this discussion of, well, what's the interpretation of this term that you see in front of you? So in our opinion, we still have a demolition permit that's pending from August of 2022. And staff either has that same opinion or has a different opinion. We may have to apply for a new demolition permit in the 2024 round or something in the future. I think the difficulty around what to do next can be sorted out between us and staff, and is not necessarily for council to try to, outlay the next steps after this step. What we're here talking to you about is this definition and whether it includes fourplex.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Council, again, for the record, Ben Anderson, Community Development. I'm going to go through a little bit with the chain of events of how we got here, just so we're clear about the process that we've been through and where we are currently. This property was part of the original applications for the single-family duplex demolition allotments in August of 2022 following the moratorium. And when the application initially came in, it was a single development allotment for describing the application, 2 single-family homes. As we got into the application, based on information that was provided, it became clear to us that these were not 2 single-family homes, they were 2 duplex properties. Staff, and I'll get into why we had difficulty sort of thinking of this property in association with the demolition allotment process, but it gets to the fundamentals of where the interpretation came from and how we landed on our position. We conveyed that this was the land use process for the conditions on the property. The single-family duplex demolition allotment was for a very particular outcome. This did not fit that outcome. And in the meantime, between September of 2022 and May of 23, when this kind of reemerged, there were further conversations between the applicant's representatives and staff. We looked more into the property. It became clear of the kind of history of the property. I will say that the property's got a very complex history. I think the initial application described some of that history. Certainly, when the interpretation was requested, there was more information provided on the property's history. I don't think that staff has any disagreement with the description of the property's history. We certainly think that all the work that was done on the property was permitted and legal and everything else. But just to be square, when this application first came to staff, it was for a single lot and for a development/redevelopment scenario that fit, as it was described clearly, within the duplex demolition allotment process. When we started to understand the property more so, it became clear that we could not apply those rules to the situation on this property. In June, the interpretation was issued, which laid out, as provided in packet, staff's perspective that multifamily replacement policies should apply to this property. Later in July, the appeal of interpretation was issued. And I will say since then, just to get this on the record, because it's been part of the discussion in the packet, I think as the understanding of this property came forward, more information came to light, and I will say that there's a challenge in district court about whether or not this remains a single lot or should remain as a single lot based on the history of the property. So again, there's been quite a bit of evolution in staff's understanding about what this property is, and as new information has been provided to staff and we've done our own research, there's been a lot of evolution of how this was initially described to us and how we're sort of contemplating it now as we've come to understand these things. As we understand the situation, there are these two duplexes. It's across from John Denver Park in Oklahoma Flats, which is known for complex property histories. We do see it as two duplexes. I think very important, and we'll talk more about this in just a second. In those two duplexes on a single property are 4 dwelling units. That term dwelling unit is very important because it serves as the basis for the entirety of the system of zoning districts, development allowances within those zoning districts, and the relationship to the growth management quota system, which is tied very closely to those development allotments on lots across town. We see this as, as a single parcel, unless a court tells us otherwise. And again, it's clear to us that the building permits show this record of 2 duplexes on the property. So just to summarize our interpretation and kind of the big points. First is that a demolition allotment, and this is how the process started, is for a single family or attached or detached duplex, a maximum of 2 dwelling units. Across the planning world, even outside of Aspen, the word density is a super important term and serves as a foundation for sort of the foundations of planning. In this case, across our residential zone districts that do not allow multifamily, that density is limited to 2 dwelling units. It serves as the basis, again, for development limitations under zone district limitations. It also serves as the basis in the growth management quota system in differentiating the requirements in GMQS for a single family or a duplex in an attached or detached situation, but in any case, 2 dwelling units on a single property. So that's how we got into this. We saw 4. The application showed 4, and we could not apply the demolition allotment to the conditions on this property. We came to understand that the existing conditions on the property are 4 legally established dwelling units that were legally or that phrase legally established, very important part of that. If these were not legally established and, the duplex's internal configuration were established without permits, staff wouldn't see these as 4 dwelling units. We would see it as 2 because the other 2 weren't created either with land use or building permit approval. We then went into the code and started looking at the application of existing definitions. We used 4-plex because we saw 4 units. There's also a triplex in the land use code that describes a situation with 3 units on a property. And I think more important to staff, and this was phrase number 1 in the definition that Chris showed, and that definition, for all intents and purposes, is I think getting at the same concept as dwelling multifamily, with a residential structure containing 3 or more attached or detached dwelling units. I understand Mr. Benden's argument around structure and building being singular, but I think from staff's view, and I think going back to the construction rules in the code, the key phrase for staff is 3 or more attached or detached dwelling units. If structure or building were limited to a singular, I would have a hard time understanding how we could have detached dwelling units and a configuration. I mean, maybe there's a configuration that is out there but that I don't know about. But if we are including across definitions in the land use code 3 or more attached or detached dwelling units, I think that the argument around whether structure and building are singular is not an argument that I can follow. This is the most important thing, and this is, I think, where staff, when we made a statement of like, if this doesn't qualify as multifamily, we have a really hard time sort of figuring out where to put this property and land it within the land use code. Because ultimately staff landed on this idea of consistency with zone districts and GMQS provisions. Residential uses are either single-family and duplex with a maximum of 2 dwelling units, or they're multifamily more than 2. In this case, there are 4, and that was really at the heart of staff's interpretation. And then lastly, we landed with those kind of fundamentals above that multifamily replacement requirements apply should the property be redeveloped. So, practical outcome of the interpretation, and I think this is important based on the last exhibit that Mr. Benden showed. My perspective in reading that, and it was part of the record, so I'm going to respond to it. I'm not a real estate agent, but as I read their evaluation, it was making this assumption that the only outcome was some type of affordable housing built on site. I think there was a time in Aspen's past where, and the language remains in the land use code, from that sort of establishment of residential multifamily, that the community clearly, if residential multifamily properties were demolished, I think there was this expectation that actual units be built on that property. There's a provision that the Planning and Zoning Commission can evaluate whether or not it's appropriate or possible or consistent with zoning. But I will say, as we've applied this, and again, it's not a provision of the code that gets used because we don't see a lot of demolition of multifamily properties in town, I think primarily because of these provisions. What I see as the likely sort of redevelopment outcome that was not fully discussed in that huge diminution of value that was described in that letter is that likely what comes in place of these 2 duplex units is a market rate single family or duplex, a singular duplex, per dimensions of underlying zoning. The other outcome of this is that no demolition allotments are necessary. And from staff's perspective, the outcome that this is really about is the application of multifamily replacement mitigation requirements, which staff will never say are insignificant. They have been around for a very long time, and they were created to be significant mitigation requirements because we wanted to discourage the demolition of multifamily that had housed working locals. And so in this case, the requirement likely is that there would be a 50%, 50% of the units demolished, bedrooms not livable, would be assessed at category 4. It could be on-site, which I think the code, when the policy was originally created back in the late 80s, it was, I think, assumed that it would be on-site. It can also be off-site. It could be units elsewhere in town. But what's more likely is that the mitigation would be calculated based on the size and number of units that would be demolished and not replaced on site, and that mitigation translated into affordable housing credits. Now, I haven't done a calculation on the property, but I would suggest that the delta in mitigation, just in terms of practical outcome of the interpretation and based on what's here, and simply because I want to respond to the diminution of value exhibit, it's probably a delta of about $1 million of additional, maybe 1.1 of additional affordable housing mitigation requirements. I'm not suggesting that's insignificant, but what I am suggesting is that from staff's perspective, that's the real outcome of affirming the interpretation. Lastly, as we sort of wrote the interpretation, the appeal of the interpretation came in. We confirmed that the property is a single parcel. It's in all available records that we have. It came forward in the applications that we initially received on the property. Shows up as a single parcel in the assessor's record. We know that the 4 dwelling units are legally established, not bandit units. That's really important. It distinguishes this property from the property that Mr. Benden identified as a parallel to this. The language related to due process, 1991 was an opinion letter. It did not exempt sort of the property from anything. It simply was an opinion at the time of how to apply the land use code to the situation on on the property. The land use code has changed a lot. Multifamily replacement requirements have changed to some degree. Definitions have clearly changed over time. Staff looked at the intent statements within multifamily replacement requirements. We think that the situation on this parcel, going back to the record, these two units, it sounds like family members have lived there for a long time, but they were also additional units created to house employees. And, I will also just say as a last point, if this is not multifamily, it is unclear in the land use code on how to treat this property, particularly as it relates to demolition allotments, but I can think of several other applications in the land use code that, if this is not multifamily, I don't know what the property is, because the language to staff is very clear about what this property is and how it should be treated by the code. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We can talk more about the nuances of the interpretation, anything that was in the appeal to the interpretation. But from staff's perspective, we honor due process. We felt like we were within our jurisdiction. We felt like we did not abuse our discretion. And we recommend that council kind of affirm our interpretation of these 4 units as multifamily.
Sam?
Yeah, just one quick question, Ben. At one point, they did have a demolition permit, and it was revoked?
No. It came in the original application. It was determined complete. But then as we looked at the application for compliance and how, basically just doing due diligence on the application, it became very clear to us that this was not something that it could apply to what the single-family duplex demolition allotment was built to do.
But was it one of the original 6 that was technically?
It was not issued. It came in as an application. We determined it complete, and then we pulled it from consideration within that original set of applications. And it's been kind of sitting in limbo since.
Sorry, I'll ask one more time just so I'm clear for myself. Yeah. There was 12 that were applied for last August.
There were 13.
13, so this was the 13th.
That's correct.
Okay. I can direct it back to Mr. Bendon. I thought you said you did have a permit in hand?
We had, just as Ben said, we had applied.
Applied, okay.
Yes.
Just want to be very clear about it, yeah.
Yeah, and as Ben said, it was pulled out of the mix and is sitting sort of in a pending status.
And like you said, the hope is for, if you did get this reversed, that you could apply for next year's permit?
I think that is a conversation to still unfold.
Yeah.
I would like, Mr. Mayor, there's a couple points I would like to respond to at the appropriate time.
I'm good.
Other questions at this time?
It seems the crux of the matter is that multifamily are duplexes.
Staff's view of this, and I, appreciate the language that Mr. Bendon used. However, we hold a very different understanding of that. Certainly these 2 buildings are duplexes in their configuration, right? They are 2 units that are attached to each other in an over and under configuration. But that, at least from staff's perspective, talks about the physical relationship of the 2 units within each of the buildings. It does not, again, from staff's perspective, the essential thing is the total number of dwelling units that are on this property. And again, across the land use code and zone district limitations and the way that the entirety of GMQS is set up is around what is allowed on a single property across our residential zone districts, and what that translates into in the residential allotment system writ large. In that, on properties, our basic development right in residential zone districts is a single family or a single duplex that can be in an attached or detached configuration. Okay, and so that means that you could have a single family. You could have a duplex as these are configured, or you could have 2 detached units that would be considered a duplex as well. In this case, again, based on what seem to be the clear facts at this point, we've got a single lot, we've got 4 dwelling units. It exceeds what's allowed. It exceeds what's allowed under zone district basics and GMQS basics.
But they were legally established at the time.
Absolutely. There's no dispute of that.
And it's uncontested that it is a single property, single lot.
In this situation here, it is uncontested. I will say that from my understanding, there is a separate discussion happening in the district court about the history of this property.
Mr. Bennon drew a comparison to the King Street property where there were bandit units that were not, it was questionable whether there was ever a building permit, much less a CO. In this case, I see that these are 4 dwelling units that were legally established. So I don't see the parallel between the two.
Questions at this end? I asked earlier, but I just want others to have the clarification. Lot split is not available for this parcel?
Staff's understanding that the combined area of these lots is roughly 15,000. It sits in the R30 zone district, which has a minimum lot size of 30,000. So review criteria is that we're not creating a even more non-conforming lot within the zone district. And so we would not be able to make criteria for a lot split.
Is there a path for appeal on that as an item, if that was something that was of interest?
I don't think any application or anything is before you, so I don't know that we could answer that without having an application with all the relevant details about that.
Okay.
Certainly, if we receive an application and it's denied, the land use code gives the applicant appeal paths. So that may be before you in some future hearing, if they chose to pursue that.
Okay.
And I will say, I think the question of whether or not it's one lot, or there are some legal arguments that it may, that for under various legal theories, be 2 lots is pending before the district court, and I don't think you have jurisdiction to make any decisions on that. For purposes of this application, it's been represented as a single lot.
Okay, thank you for that. Chris, did you want to clarify some things?
Yes, I'd like to make a few points, and then I know Mr. Mayor has been waving his hand around. He may want to follow as well. First, Ward, you'd asked about the King Street applicability. And the fact that the staff and the applicant on King Street came to the conclusion that they were bandit units sort of resolved the issue, right? And they're bandit units. But before then, in 2007, and this is why I raised the issue, in 2007, before staff had realized that they were bandit units and before the applicant had realized they were bandit units, the city had used that definition and said, well, looks like there's a duplex, and then there's a single family, and then there's another single family, and there was a 5th building that had some question marks around it, but it didn't have any actual kitchen and so on, but there was at least a duplex and 2 single families. And the city came to the conclusion that because there were no more than 3 units in any individual structure, that it did not qualify to that definition. That was the point I was trying to make. In later discussions, much later, 10 years later, 12 years later, there was discussion about that property where they realized none of this stuff has any building permits. Like, and it was at that point, we're like, well, this whole conversation is sort of moot. All this stuff needs to be torn down and redeveloped. I did want to hit on, Ben has brought up, well, how is it that there's 2 duplexes on one lot? And I said, look, these are built with building permits and so on. They're built in 63 and then in 69. Now remember, there were 6 individual lots. And in 1976, the city and the county merged adjoining lots. So if you had 6 individual lots, they could have built 6 individual houses. That was legal at the time. In 1976, the city merged those properties. And when they merged them, the duplexes that were on individual properties became 2 duplexes on one single property. And that created a legally established non-conforming use, which, Oklahoma Flats is stuffed full of nonconformities, right? It's an R30 zone. None of those properties, maybe one of them, but none of those properties are 30,000 or more. They're all 15, 9, 12. They're all non-conforming at some level. There's other parts of town that have similar circumstances, and the code allows for, minor improvements and so on. There's a whole thing, the whole section of the code that deals with non-conforming uses and non-conforming structures. I did want to clarify that, prior to the application for the demo permit, we did, have conversations with staff, and I said, look, I'm working on this property. I know I got, it's either single family or duplex in this one building, and there's either single family and duplex in this other building. I can get plans and so on. And the staff response was, you're applying for a demo permit for single family or duplex. So it sort of doesn't really matter too much, right? I mean, you need to get into the queue and so on. Again, considering this is a brand new program. And we asked, well, do we need to submit one permit because it's one property? We want to demolish the stuff on this property? Or do we need 2 permits because there's 2 structures and maybe 2 single families or 2 duplexes? And the answer was, you just need to submit one. So we followed staff's lead on that. Ben had brought up a point which I need to push back on, which is he'd stated that he's not a real estate agent and he hasn't done any of the numbers or hasn't done any study. And then he gave an opinion about the impact on the value of this. We have a statement of impact in the value of this property, which is dramatic. And it's from Craig Morris and Michael Fox, who are highly accomplished real estate agents with superior knowledge of this market. I've been working here for a long time, and they represent and have provided an impact of value that's upwards of a 95% impact to the value. So I do want to recognize that we do have that in the record, and it's from 2 real estate professionals. The last point I want to make is this all comes down to what is the definition of residential multifamily housing. That is a very clear term. It specifically exempts duplexes. So if you're a single family or duplex, you're excluded from that definition, and that definition does not include fourplex. It all comes down to that.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, did you want to?
Yes, thank you for taking the time.
I need you to bend that microphone towards you and push the button so it's green.
I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about that.
No problem.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to our plea this evening. Mr. Anderson keeps stating that this fourplex is on a single property. This is a real property valuation, and the legal description on it states that it resides in Oklahoma
Hold on 1
Flats,
second, Mr. Mayor.
addition block 5.
Mr. Mayor, hang on 1 second.
1 and 2.
You can hold on your comments for 1 second. Sorry, Jim.
Again, this is not
part of the record.
Why not?
Because it hasn't been previously submitted, just let it go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm pissed off.
Frustrated, I'd understand. Pissed off's probably not where you need to be.
Better to be pissed off than.
I get you. Better to be frustrated. Okay. All discussion? Thank you. Council members, do you need anything more?
I don't think that, could be wrong on this, but a projected future use of the property after a demolition is not part of our purview here. So a projected impact on the value is really not part of our purview, as I understand it. So we're asked just to make a decision on whether it's a single, if it's duplex or multifamily. 2 duplexes are multifamily. And the arguments have been presented, and it's muddied because it used to be 6 lots, now it's 1, according to everything that has been presented here this evening and the confirmation that both parties are accepting it as 1 lot. The fact that it's 1 demolition permit, and so I'm basing this on the agreed upon, it's 1, by both parties, that it's 1 lot. And that it's, to me, it's not what could possibly be used in the future. It's whether it's a multifamily or if it's duplex. And from the definitions I've seen, it seems to me that it's multifamily. There are 4 dwelling units on a single lot.
Understood. Yep.
You know, I think this all comes back to the demolition allotment program. And this is just further evidence of the tremendous mistake that policy was. It's a bad policy, as I've said before. It's not accomplishing anything. It's hurting the longtime residents and longtime family members, longtime members of our community, local families. I don't understand who it benefits. It's wasting tremendous staff resources. Our attorneys in this community are benefiting.
You're welcome.
Good job, Chris. Good job, Gary. That's it. I can't see a single other benefit to our community for this program. It's wrong, this program. It's a waste of all of our time. I don't want to be here listening to yet another one of these appeals. We've got to get rid of this program. It is a failure. We got to admit that it was a failure and move on. I would like to make a motion to reverse the interpretation.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yeah, I'll go ahead and explain me. I don't disagree with a lot of what Bill said. And unfortunately, yours is a complex situation because of the history of this parcel. You are exactly the people that we do not intend to encumber or hold up in the process. However, the question that I'm asked tonight, I don't find any of the abuses that are alleged here. I don't find that the interpretation was ill-conceived or maliciously derived. So I will not be voting in favor of that motion. What I do want to do is find you a path forward. And whether that is, I want to wait till the court does their determination about your lot and what have you, but I think there's a path for you. If your ultimate goal is for demolition, I want to get you there. But in the question that I'm being asked tonight, I have to go with how I interpret the question before me, so I'm not going to be able to support that this evening. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I think that what we are asked to do is to rule upon what is the law, what is the ordinance now, and what is what are the definitions if there's been abuse of discretion, arbitrary 106, procedures, and based on what is the law now, I cannot support the motion on the floor.
With that, can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Doyle?
No.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
No.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Sadly, no. I would need another motion.
I'm trying to find it in the packet here, to uphold the community department's interpretation.
It is a resolution 159. There was a reversal version and upholding the decision of the interpretation of the director. So your motion is to approve resolution 159, upholding the termination.
Affirming, yes, I do, and I definitely think that we need to revisit, but based upon what is the law now, I move to affirm the decision as expressed in Resolution 159.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Same comments before. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle?
This is an affirmation, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
No.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
No.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Thank you for consideration.
We will see you again.
I'm sure.
We'll see you again.
Good luck in
Yeah,
your
thank
district
you.
court case.
All right, let's move to the next one. We have Resolution 165, 400 Lake Avenue.
Hello. Again. Kate, I don't know how you want to go about this, but it might make sense, given the hour and the contiguity of the properties and the fact that almost all of our packet materials are almost identical, except for the address, to treat this as a combined appeal. Are you?
I would agree. Mayor, I would ask that we consolidate the hearings. I'm sorry. Mayor, I would ask that we consolidate the hearings for Resolution 165 and 166 for purposes of hearing. This is not a public hearing, but it is a hearing. They are almost the identical, same legal issues, and very, very similar facts. The only difference being that they're two different addresses.
But they're right next to each other.
Understood.
They are the
Yes.
same owner.
Agreed.
Mayor, if I may, I can introduce the topic.
Yes, please.
Mayor, Resolutions 165 and 166 relate to two appeals of the same applicant, Lake House Aspen LLC. They submitted applications for addresses 400 Lake Avenue and 410 Lake Avenue, seeking demolition appeals of a single-family home. They seek to demolish a single-family home and redevelop that property. They sought a 2023 demolition allotment permit and were denied due to insufficient allotments. I would note that pursuant to the Land Use Code, if an applicant is denied due to insufficient development allotments, they appeal directly to you, council, and you may take any action you deem appropriate and necessary, including but not limited to making a one-time increase of the annual development allotment sufficient to accommodate the application. So that is a power before you. I would note that one of their legal arguments in this case is that you improperly approved Resolution 140, series of 2022, which granted 6 multi-year allotments in 2022 and gave them 2023 multi-year allotments. You then reduced the number of allotments available in 2023 by 6, leaving none. And so they feel that the approval of Resolution 140 was outside of your authority, and also then deprived their client of due process because it was their allegation, it was unclear as to the process and forced them to then seek a denial so that they could come before you for an appeal. I presented staff's legal arguments in response to the applicants in a staff statement that was in your packet. Due to the late hour, I would note that the standard of review is the same as with the last appeal. You may only, so the question before you is first, did the Community Development Department correctly determine there was insufficient allotments? Based upon Resolution 140, staff's position is that they did correctly deny the application for a 2023 allotment because there were not any left. And then I think the question before you, you do have some options because as the code allows, you have authority to take action that you deem necessary in this case. If you have specific questions, I'm happy to go into it. I would note you heard you heard 4 similar appeals in June of this year. You did grant multi-year allotments to those 4 applicants for 2024. You gave them a 2024 multi-year allotment and then reduced 2024 allotments by 4, multi-year allotments by 4. A similar resolution is in your packet, so you have 3 resolutions. You have one affirming with no further action the decision of Community Development to deny the application. You have one granting an additional 2023 allotment, which is the request of the applicant. And then you have a resolution doing what we did with the June cases, which is to grant a 2024 multi-year and reduce the 2024 multi-year allotments by 2, essentially, and if you grant both of these. I can get into more of the facts, but due to the late hour, and most of these facts are in your packet, I'll just wait for questions.
Presentation or info?
Well, I mean, I think we have realized over the past year and a half that this system's not working. It's not working as it was designed. It's not working as it was intended. It has a bunch of unintended consequences. There were people who spoke at public comment on June 28th, 2022, when you adopted this ordinance. Some of those people are in the room right now. And council was warned that this kind of thing was going to happen, and they didn't heed that advice. I know that was a somewhat different council, but you're left to sort of clean up the mess. The mess that we have before us now is, by borrowing from future years, you've reduced to 0 the number available now for a 2023 applicant. And the problem that we have now is that this client's or this applicant's rights have been infringed on because of this deficit spending that the council has borrowed from future years, and now somebody who applies in the ordinary course doesn't have an allotment available. So Ms. Johnson laid out for you the 3 alternatives that are put in separate ordinance drafts in your packet, but there's a 4th option too. You can say that you can grant my appeal and give us an allotment. Now, as a practical matter, there's a number of different ways you can solve this problem without straight out denying my client and these applicants their rights to get a demolition allocation. What you could do is what the last 2 of those proposed ordinances allow you to do, which is make a one-time increase to 2023, so you don't have to borrow from future years, and we come right back here next year when we've got the same problem with another landowner. Or you can make a multi-year, and that's also a possibility, where you uphold staff's determination, but then make it right by doing a multi-year. That's what you did with 4 different applicants in June. So you're going to be hard-pressed to deny that or something similar to my client, because then you're treating similarly situated people differently, and that's going to open up a whole nother can of worms in court. And I don't want to go to court against the city anymore. It's fun, but you know, it's exhausting. So what I'd like to do is solve this problem tonight. And the problem can be solved in a number of different ways, and we've laid that out in both my August 31st letter that's part of your packet and my October 26th letter that's part of your packet. I think that it's worthwhile to note that the 2 allotments or allocations that you've designated annually for 35-year plus owners haven't been used. So in 2023, You could increase the number on a one-time increase and not really exceed the 8 in total that you kind of blocked off for 2023. That might be an attractive option for some of you. Still, others of you might think that a multi-year allotment is fairer because that's how you treated similarly situated people who came before you in June. And that would be an acceptable outcome. At the end of my October 26th letter, I proposed something kind of off the wall, but this whole system's off the wall, so why not? You could borrow from 2029 or 2087 or 2099. You could do all those things. If you're going to continue to rob Peter to pay Paul, then rob a Peter that's farther in the future, that's not affected by this. Because what's going to happen if you borrow from 2024 and you draw those down to zero through this same backwards process, is that you're going to have more applicants. And this is a gargantuan waste of your resources. Staff and your lawyers are very good, but they're having to process applications that they know when they come in the door are not going to be granted. And what is all that for?
More comments towards just what we're dealing with here, not the overall would be great.
Well, I am talking, the system is the problem because that's why we're here, but your point's taken. What we would recommend you do is one of those 4 things. The one thing that you should not do is grant or vote in favor of the first ordinance that's proposed in your packet. And that is the one that simply affirms the denial and makes us come back and reapply again in 2024. That's going to be another waste of a lot of paper, a lot of electricity, a lot of staff and attorney time just to resubmit the same application 3 months from now. That's not smart. So what you should do is the common sense approach that you took in June with almost identically situated property owners, or you should make a one-time adjustment and know that you're not going to exceed your 8 for 2023 because nobody's used the 35 plus ones.
Thank you.
Just quickly, I do know that one of the requests is, first I just want to say, borrowing from future years in growth management quota systems is a normal thing. This is not unique to this demolition allotment thing. This is not unique to Aspen. This is not unique. It happens in a lot of different scenarios when you talk about growth management systems. So I just want to point out that this is not unique. But in any event, that's really not why we're here tonight. So I would note that staff does not support the one-time increase for 2023 simply because we feel that it undermines the whole point of the demolition allotment program, which was to align the land use code with our environmental goals. And so, you know, really, you're still keeping those caps at 6 per year. I get the arguments that the program's not working, but the reality is, even the way you've applied it now and using your discretionary powers, you're still maintaining those goals. So.
I'd like to make a resolution, see if we can move things along here.
I think you can do that.
I'd like to make a resolution affirming and approving one-time increase for 400 Lake Avenue.
Seconded. Point of clarification, by 400, you mean 400 and 410?
I think I have to do them separately, but
Yeah, we'll do them one at a time.
You need to do them separately, might as well do it one at a time.
So you're talking about adding them on to 2023.
Yeah, a one-time increase for 2023, I think, is the way the resolution is written, that version of the resolution.
Before we continue with the resolution, can you tell me what year that house was, these 2 homes were built?
I don't know.
You should get a second before you have.
I said second.
Oh. Sorry.
I'll look it up for you, John.
So there's a motion and a second. Further discussion.
I'm sorry. Well, could you repeat your question?
My question was when these 2 structures at 400 and 410 Lake Avenue were constructed?
1996. 400.
So these 2 homes have only been in existence for 27 years?
If you're asking me, I don't have enough information to answer your question.
Further discussion?
I have a question about the 2023 permits that were issued. Mr. Bryan suggested that some of those hadn't been used.
I think what Mr. Bryan's suggesting is that you, in your code amendment, in your ordinance, set forth that 2 allotment permits per year, in addition to the 6, and Ben can correct me if I'm wrong, would be allotted to applicants that could show that they've been 35-year residents in addition to other criteria. They had to have lived in their home, I think, for the consecutive 35 years, owned it consecutively, like without breaks in ownership or changes in title. And they have not been used this year. I think similar, and I'll defer to Ben on this, but I think similar to what you're doing with the multi-years, you could take from those, because we're now into October. They have not been used. I will say you're opening the door, though, because these applicants clearly don't meet those criteria. You know, granted, the multi-year also have some criteria, but the intent behind those was very different. And so I just want to caution you about, when you go down those roads, you have to look at the intent of why those ordinances were written the way they were. And the local had a very specific, it was in response to some very specific concerns by the community.
And neither 400 or 410 qualify as 35-year residents.
I don't think so. I don't think they've ever suggested that they do. I don't know how long they've lived in these homes.
I know the previous owners, and they sold the place in 2016 or more recently than that. So the current owners have not owned it anywhere near 35 years.
And the motion on the floor is not to use those, it is for 2 additional.
Thanks.
Which is in council's purview. So I'll share a little discussion on this motion that's on the floor right now. You know, the last time this came to us, I voted against granting the demos. I want to stay consistent and stay there, but I don't know that that's the best path for us right here. Unfortunately, right now, the best path for us is to get work going on fixing this system in the future. And so tonight, I'm in a difficult position about how to handle these, because I'm afraid that the standards that I hold on these decisions does not create the best path forward for us. And that's where oftentimes process can conflict with progress. So that is the conflict that I have with the motion that's on the floor.
Yeah, the motion is to increase the number of permits available under 2023.
Yep.
Outside of the 2 additional that were allowed for 35-year residents.
Correct.
And as an option, we could borrow from a future year, in which time, in the interim, we could work on a solution. But what's before us is 2 demolition permits and adding to this year's, our 2023 allotments. And I don't see that it qualifies. And I think the intent of the ordinance was proper, and I want to be consistent. So I will not support the motion on the floor.
John?
Yeah, I want to elaborate a little bit why I won't be supporting this motion either. The whole reason we came up with the demo permits was to keep people from scraping their houses and it ending up in our landfill. That's what this ordinance was designed to do. And in this particular case, this is an egregious example of a very new house, which I've had the pleasure of being inside in both of them. This is exactly what this ordinance was designed to prevent. 2 perfectly good houses from ending up in our landfill.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please? To be clear, the motion on the floor is to create 2 additional demolition permits for 2023 that would be assignable to one request. I'm sorry, one.
One at a time. Just Resolution 165,
Got it.
400 Lake Avenue.
Right. Thank you. So for 165.
Well, there are 3 versions of one.
Yeah, this is the affirming and approving one-time increase on 400 Lake Avenue, Resolution 165.
Counselor Doyle,
No.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
I'm a no.
I'll make a motion to affirm and grant multi-year allotments, 400 Lake Avenue, for Resolution 165.
What year do you want to take from?
2067.
Seconded.
With an appreciation for the humor, I will say, is there any further discussion? You want to clarify that a little?
Well, with all due respect, his motion is for 2067.
Take it from 2067 and give it to now, right?
You can do that,
Yep,
Yeah,
but
I think that's great.
that's the motion.
I mean, that's this program, so.
There you go.
For 400 Lake. For 400 Lake.
Correct.
Take from a different year for the other one.
Take a 68. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Doyle,
No.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
It's a no.
What a shame.
Okay, motion for Resolution 165 upholding the Community Development Director's denial of 400 Lake.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Further discussion.
Yeah, I will just say, in June, we did do this for 4 other ones, and I feel like we're now just being inconsistent, and it feels petty to me, and I'll just say that.
And welcoming of a lawsuit.
Yeah.
I think there were different examples given at that meeting.
And I will say, I am remaining consistent.
Yes, fair enough.
For acknowledging that. And I also hope that we can make some, I want to see these again.
Why? It's here now.
Sorry, brother.
It's a waste of energy and
Sorry,
time
Mr. Bryan.
and money.
Sorry.
You're right.
It's a waste. You want to be conservationist and you're wasting everybody's time and money and energy to submit the same application 2 months from now?
Amen.
It's ridiculous. You can solve the problem, your code gives you flexibility, and you're not using it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Doyle,
No.
Counselor Guth,
No.
I think I'm,
Yeah, you did.
can you?
It's very fitting.
it does create a dilemma. I would suggest keep going forward, and
thanks.
we could do that, but somebody can make a new motion.
The motion was made to uphold
Just deny the application.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I misspoke.
Well,
it's confusing, but we can go ahead and then just do a new motion.
You need to complete this vote
Okay.
the situation for a new motion can be introduced.
Counselor Howenstein,
yes.
Counselor Rose,
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Take from a different year now, just for fun, honestly.
Motion passes 3-2, right?
No, it failed.
No, it fails 3-2.
Yeah, you can make the same motion. There's nothing wrong with that, or somebody can try a different motion.
Just gonna confuse the papers, honestly, at this point.
They're asleep.
Linda's still on. I hope she reports on that, honestly. No point. It's 10:45 p.m.
I understand John's position that he was confused about what was presented because we've had a lot of interesting motions. You can repeat that motion, you can do somebody can do a different one. It's up to you.
John, do you want to move the motion forward as you understand it?
I think I prefer it if somebody else did it actually.
I think the intent of my motion for 165 is that upholding the decision and denying an additional demolition permit for 2023.
And I should second that.
You can.
Great, I just did. Thank you.
Motion is second, further discussion. All right, I'll discuss it now. Look, Chris, I appreciate what you're saying. I get it. I'm sorry, though. You know, this is the way that I handle this, is I try to stay as consistent as I can. I try to go by this code. There is a path. We will get a path. And I'm sorry that it's a waste of paper. I'm sorry that it's more of your time. Okay? I understand it.
Thank you. It's more of your time too, though, and there's flexibility that we've already shown you that's consistent with the code. There is a path forward. You're right, and we've shown it to you.
I appreciate it. I have greater expectations for the process that I need to try to get fulfilled. So I appreciate what you're saying. Roll call vote, please.
And this again is on 400.
Yep.
Counselor Doyle.
So a vote in the affirmative would uphold the motion to maintain the Community Development Director's determination.
And take no further action.
Yes.
Counselor Guth.
No.
Counselor Howenstein.
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Yes, we do.
I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 166, granting a multi-year allotment for the year of 2099.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion.
No, it's clearly a waste of time.
I'm sorry, I have to.
We'll take a roll call vote, please.
We'll be done.
Counselor Doyle.
No.
Counselor Guth.
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein.
No.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
No.
I make a motion to adopt Resolution 166, Series 2023, affirming the decision of the Community Development Director and deny 400 Lake House demolition permit allotment for 2023.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Further discussion. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle.
Yes.
Counselor Guth.
No.
Counselor Howenstein.
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
No.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. All right.
Mr. Mayor, while this transition occurs, we have the contract for the Maroon Creek Bike Path, both construction and construction advisor services. And then I'm going to, when we get to it, request that the resolution regarding Burlingame 3 be continued to a date certain to November 14th.
Jim, will you waive and accept service of the lawsuit?
You know, no.
You won't? Why not? Okay. You won't waive and accept? So you want a process server to serve the clerk?
Yes.
How about the sheriff? Is that okay?
Yes.
Thanks, gents.
Oh, for staff team, let's keep it light, short. Do you need a presentation, council?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. We're here today to present two contracts for consent and for your consideration. These two contracts are related to the Maroon Creek Multi-Use Trail. The first contract is number 143, which is the contract for the construction portion of the project. The second is 128, which is for the construction inspection services related to the contract. We provided a fair amount of detail in the memo. We're here to answer any specific questions you might have on the project, everything from finance to timelines. And I don't think I stated my name. I'm Matt Kuhn. I'm the Parks and Open Space Director. This is John Spees. He's our Open Space and Natural Resource Manager, and he's been working on this project as project lead for the last 36 months? Yeah. 24 months? Quite a while. So with that, we'll open it to the questions that you have.
I'd make a motion.
I just have one quick question. Sorry. Thanks for hanging around so long. Thanks for all your work on this. I understand that you're biased in this answer, but in your opinion, is there any chance that if we delayed the construction of this project another year and bid it again in '24, that we would have significantly different results in the bidding?
I can't say that we would have significant differences. We might see an additional bidder. However, in our experience in bidding other projects recently, this is fairly consistent with the cost of construction in this scale. And I do want to highlight this is a fairly complex project with a lot of traffic control, a lot of multiple crews being on site, material procurement, lead times, and I think that complexity really adds to the cost. And specifically, that's why we're confident in this CMGC approach, in that we've worked with Gould for the last 5 months, revised and done some value engineering, and I think that has resulted in the reality that this is a pretty fair price, considering Gould already has agreed to their profit margins, and we have reviewed all of the subcontractor bids that were provided to Gould.
Great, thanks. Sam, you want to roll with that?
I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 128, series 23, construction inspection services, Maroon Creek Multi-Use Trail.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Further discussion? We have a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Make a motion to pass resolution number 143, series of 2023, Gold Construction Contract, Maroon Creek Multi-Use Trail.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Do we need to move resolution, the date, continue? Is it resolution 155 or
You continue it, please, to a date certain of November 14th.
14th?
That's your next regular meeting. I just don't think any of us are at a good place, and it's not a decision that has to be made tonight.
The next regular meeting is November 14th. Okay, I would move, and it was Reso 155?
162.
162. I move we continue resolution 162 to 5 o'clock on November 14th, the next regular meeting.
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Move we adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, you don't need to take action to continue executive session, but I have requested that you consider a special meeting on next Monday, whatever date that is, to have our executive session at the end of your work session.
November 6th.
If that's okay. It's November 6th. I mean, if that's okay with council, there's no further action that needs to be taken. the mayor can call a special meeting, and we'll go through the process, and we'll have it noticed properly for these 2 executive session items.
Could we do it before
You can do it whenever you wish.
3 o'clock?
That is fine with me, actually.
So we're looking to.
Before the, before the.
Before the work session,
Yeah. It's-
November 6th.
It may go,
Section November 6th at 3 o'clock.
yeah. Is that okay with everybody?
It's okay with me.
We'll say that it could go longer than that, and if it does go beyond 4, we'll just continue it until after the meeting.
Okay.
So it's up to you. Otherwise, you can adjourn.
Yeah, it's fine.
That work for everybody?
Motion to
Okay, motion to adjourn?
Seconded.
Motion and a second. No further discussion. Could we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thank you.